So yeah, it's pretty quiet.
Okay, it's now 6 o'clock. It's now 6 o'clock. Let's begin the Hermosa Town Board meeting for Tuesday, December 16th at 6 p.m. Start with roll call. Kramer?
Here.
Ferguson?
Here.
Coombs? Here. Service?
Here.
I'd like to thank everyone else for showing up. We have a decent amount of people here. Hopefully they're not too lively. Put your hand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. So review current agenda. We have, I think, one thing to add and one thing to move. So to move, we take the item from 15A for the engineering bridge maintenance and move it to item 5.5A towards the beginning of the meeting. And then also in public works, I'd like to add item H, approve board president, get quotes to replace / repair booster pumps if needed. And so I'll be taking motions to accept.
I'll make that motion.
Oh, second.
Motion, Aaron seconds. Do we have any discussion on that? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. On to approval of December 2nd, 2025 regular meeting minutes and December 8th, 2025 special meeting minutes.
I make a motion that we approve meetings for the minutes for the two meetings.
Great. Makes the motion to approve.
I'll second.
Aaron seconds. Do we have any discussion on this? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And
I will aye because the people that were here agree with it, so otherwise I wouldn't.
okay. So motion carries. Conflict of interest. If there's a conflict of interest with any items on the agenda, you can state it now or when we get to that item on the agenda. So I don't see any hands up. So let's move on to, we don't have anything listed for town or FEMA updates. I don't see Joan out there. We are in the process of notifying, well, I notified Benish that we dismissed them from being the admins on that, and we're in the process of getting the files back from that. So we'll be working on that over the next week or so, and we'll see how that goes. So that's all I have for that. So I guess we can go on to item 5.5A.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Let me know if you need difficulty in those files.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we will. Thank you. So let's move on to what was item 15A, or I'm not sure how to pronounce the first name of the engineering firm, bridge maintenance inspection recommendations. I believe that's you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am Doug Russell with Bros Engineering.
Okay.
And once again, thank you for selecting Bros Engineering to perform the bridge inspection. Our work order consisted of the bridge inspection of one structure. And as part of our bridge inspection work order requirements, we are to come before the board of trustees to give us kind of report on the condition of the structure. I believe the bridge inspection report was provided in your packet. I'm not going to go through the report page by page. I'm going to kind of more give you an inspection summary and then refer to a couple pictures because pictures kind of say 1,000 words. It makes it a lot easier.
And if I may say, the pictures are and the report are at the back of the packet. You wanted to look for it there.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then during our discussion, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask right there. So we will address it while we're at the subject. So as we get started here, our structure number is on North 2nd Street and it is structure number 17434-018. It is a single cell, 21 foot wide by 7 foot tall, precast box culvert at a 10-degree left-hand forward skew. And it was constructed in 2021. This structure is rated for legal loads, so no load posting is required. And overall, the structure is in good condition, which you would expect for a 40-year-old structure. So since the structure is in good condition, we actually only had 2 recommendations. One of them is to patch the spall with exposed rebar in the top slab of barrel section number 7. Actually, there are several pictures in those packets. I believe starting with the 6th photo page, there are several spalls in those precast sections. Those spalls are most likely occurred either during the transport of the precast sections or during the placement. One of the two. Which is, I'm not going to say it's common, but it's not uncommon to see those type of spalls in there. One of those spalls, and this happens to be in that section 7, has about a 3 to 4 inch section of rebar that has been exposed. So our recommendation there is either use an epoxy paint or an epoxy grout to cover up that little piece of rebar to stop the corrosion going forward. Because you're looking at, this is going to be a 75 to 100 unit structure. And so you might as well stop it just right away before that corrosion. The next recommendation we had is there are some bridge limit signs at the intersection of Main Street, and then also up at I believe it's Gumbo Lily Lane and South Dakota 79.
Mm-hmm.
The one on the by Main Street is actually attached to the same post as the speed limit sign. And the one up by Gumbo Lily Lane is just a standalone sign. Those signs were probably left over from the original structure that had a load limit on it. Those structures are no longer required because the structure is loaded for legal loads. So our recommendation is to remove those signs. Tell you what, having an easy structure makes it really simple for me, guys. Is there any questions?
These smalls on precast, from 21, and I usually see that more in like the 90s structures. So is that possibly ASR?
I doubt so because I doubt that because they're right at the edge of the precast sections. So most likely the transporter, they wrap chains around them instead of using the lifting hooks. Or they got bumped in together and they just chipped off. If it was ASR, you would see it more throughout the whole section.
And I see more important place. Precast.
What's that?
And more quality control than precast.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions? Aaron?
As far as getting the rebar, do you have a specific product you would recommend for getting?
Say, well, you can just just anything with an epoxy paint, epoxy grout, anything to kind of cover that and will stick to that product.
All other long life, we can deal with that pretty quick, I think.
Yeah, it's not a big thing. Go there, slap on a little bit of stuff, and you're good.
All righty. Well, I don't see any other questions out there. Going once, going twice. So thank you, sir, for coming.
Thank you.
And thank you for moving me up in the agenda.
Yes, sir. Feel free to stay, but we figured you'd probably. All right.
Love this thing about moving here.
Yep. Okay, so on to engineer. Approve invoice to King Brown Welding, the amount of $1,122.45 for the motor mount in the treatment plant.
So Terry said that was already an approved budget, so it should just gone on claims.
Yeah,
It's included in the claims, and yeah, we had approved a budget of $5,500.
Right.
Yeah, so he's done welding. I've had some pictures I think I included. And now that allows us to run the treatment plant. So tomorrow it'll be running and I'll be going through all different diagnostics with our pump stations and everything. We're gonna continue it running until Friday on the sample on Friday afternoon. And if we pass our samples, we'll just let it run all through the holidays and discharge from the big detention basin. So keep that rolling. And we got we're working on the panel tomorrow too, that came last week. And we mounted the new transmission on the plate that King Brown welded there. And we're working with Reno Clouser up in Spearfish on doing a new shaft. Cause that's all coming up out of the basin with a sprocket and chain, so. But we can discharge without them right now, so, cause it's cold, so biology's pretty much done. Biological process happened in organs, so.
okay, so as far as the item on the agenda, I guess I'll just make a motion that we remove it from the agenda. As it was unnecessary since we're operating within the current budget that was already passed for 6,500.
I'll second that.
Seconds, any discussion on that? Administrative item. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Okay, on to engineer B.
So this one's just the application for Quinn. It's from his tank manufacturer. So he paid it and he's just asking for a reimbursement from the tank manufacturer out of his total contract. So they've done all the engineering, shop drawings, and they're in manufacturing also.
Okay,
I'll make that motion.
makes the motion to approve.
I guess I'll second it. Excuse me.
Second, do we have any discussion on that one? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carries.
It's not on one of the agenda items, but I was just, what is the status of the Madison well and the water treatment system?
Yeah, so this week I'll have all the bid quantities and everything completed, and that document goes to DANR for its 2-week review. So that's for the Madison wall. So that, all those, the spec book and RFPs prepared. So we just finished that well up in Apple Springs. So I wanted to see that the breakout of how the drillers, break out their different bid quantities, so we can get that in our RFP. So we should be able to publish that as soon as DANR gives us their approval. I talked to Suzanne and she said, because it's pretty simple, it's just, well RFP. She should be able to knock it out in 2 weeks and we can be publishing like right after New Year. So we can select our well driller.
And the water treatment system?
So that one's about a month behind. So that one will be right after it. So all of that into DANR after the first of the year, and then the RFP would maybe go out in February.
Is there a deadline for the money from the state when we have to have it obligated by without having fear of losing it or anything?
No, there's no fear because they've already done the bond. So they've already moved forward with environmental analysis, finding no significant impact. So we already published it. And, I think did we send that to Suzanne, the affidavit?
Oh, I did, but I can.
Okay. So she's got that. So there's no danger of them retracting the money or anything. They're actually waiting for that RFP to open up on the well driller, and they'll close the entire loan based on the first one, because we're allowed to do them in packages.
Okay.
So,
I'm just, had a look for it, so I was just.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for the updates. For planning and zoning, approve the MOU on TIF 2 for Tenaya Street And Walter Street Sewer and Road Extension and associated eligible expenses for the H2O Clear Solutions Developer Agreement.
So Neil did most of the work on this, but I'm gonna present, you prepared me all day for what to present to you. So he's been working diligently with the county equalization to determine the tip value. So at the time of the packet, we kind of put a number of 850 as the value of that TIF. It's a 55 acre TIF district. So includes basically Hermosa Hills that's inside the town limits, and everything inside that, from Marie to Main Street, the highway to the town limits, that's all commercial. So that's the 55 acre TIF. The proposal is that this developer will come in and he needs a sewer line connecting to Marie. So that's about 2,000 linear feet of sewer line, going from the end of Tenaya Street right away down the proposed Walter right away. And then improve, a culvert at the end of Tenaya that's in the right of way and kind of finishing that gravel road out. And then cover over the sewer that we'll put to Walter, down Walter Street, because there's quite a big dip there. And that's kind of where, so like, if it was just the sewer main and the, extension of Tenaya and everything, you'd probably at about 375, 400. When he did his assessment with the county appraiser, he said that it's 532 plus 231, and he's at 763. So I'm a little bit high at 850, but it says not to exceed. So if the TIF only produces 763, then that's all we go to. So just so you guys know that, we're not committing to anything other than what the TIF would generate. And so that's where he's at with the county assessor, and he thinks that's a very, very good conservative number. So he said just keep it as is. Some of the things that are eligible expenses: sewer extension, the road improvement, engineering design, public facing components, surveying, plotting, and then preparation related to the public right of way. That's the big one. That is that difference between like 400 and something and 700 something, and that's because of this. So I didn't have this in your packet, but I continued to pass it around. The first one is the floodplain, and it is floodplain, not floodway. So we can develop in it, but it requires a 408 permit, which Dan Pfeiffer, my floodplain manager, can do. In a 1D model. And then the other one is, and this will be interesting for anyone that's lived in this town a long time. This is the wetlands map inventory for that area. You'll notice that the entire drive-in movie theater is the wetlands according to their inventory.
Wow.
So it's interesting because if you go out there today, it's a different reality than what they think it is. But what we have to do is work within the confines of what they think it is and not build on wetlands that are inventory wetlands, which just so happen to be a drive-in movie theater now, so we would never build there anyways. So that's kind of the approach, but that's where that comes in because we have to, we're going to be putting enough cover over that sewer line to go from Tenaya Street to Marie Street because it does this. So now you're filling in what is potentially the floodplain. And you have to respect those areas that are designated wetlands, by giving a pass through for water. So that's kind of the area that we want to have completed so that could develop, right? Because that's the whole idea of the TIP. Then businesses could move into that commercial area and develop.
Right, and so then, would you like to let everyone know kind of the reasoning behind doing this right now?
Yeah.
The H2O Clear Solutions?
Yeah, so H2O Clear Solutions has been trying to find a way to make their utility not lose money, basically. So, right now, Mike Short, who you met, he subsidizes the utility. It is only at the moment 90 homes, and then there's like a clubhouse restaurant type thing, events venue. And he's waiting for just like us, he's waiting for the houses that get built. There's about 15 or so that get built every year. I mean, they're high-end homes, but ultimately they're still paying the same sewer and water bill as anyone else. And so, what he decided to do, and he got approached by, some of the haulers here that haul, grease trap waste. And grease trap waste is considered, it falls under a gray area where DANR doesn't allow it to be considered land applicable, septage, because it's got too much, toxicity. So then it falls under technically the waste management department of DANR, but then doesn't really have a good way of what do they do with it. And so they try to push them towards the landfill or towards the treatment plants that exist. And those treatment plants are rejecting that particular thing. So either he's trying to mix it up really good with septage and get it through, or he's trying to send it to a designated facility. So that's what Mike Schwartz decided to do, is build a designated facility so that they can bring it to him. That designated facility will have a depot because he's in a good position strategically for Sturgis and Deadwood, but for Keystone, Hot Springs, and the Rapid City market, he's too far away. Plus it's between the way stations. So what he wants is to have a piece of property here that he's got an agreement on, for haulers to come in. They basically would pull in what would look like a truck wash. The doors would close. They would unload, doors would open, they'd leave. They would unload into two large, tip tanks that then would go to Apple Springs for processing. And then he would bring back the tanker loads with the processed water. And that processed water, he would discharge into the sewer line that we're proposing. And then he'd pay a sewer bill and obviously tap the benefit fees. So it would help us to offset the cost of our sewer that our residents are now getting hit with in their bill.
Right, so kind of the nutshell of what he's talking about is being able to use our upgraded lagoon facility as a revenue generation platform.
Yeah.
And this is one way that we could do that. And, so can you go over kind of what they would discharge into that sewer again real quick?
Yeah, so if you look at grease trap waste, it's 96% water. And so that water has to be separated from the brown grease. The brown grease is, and it's done through a reactor. So the reactor is just a big tank that's heated to 170 degrees, and it causes the different layers to stratify. And then that bottom layer, which is water, is drained off, and that has to be discharged at a treatment plant. He has a treatment plant, but it would make more sense for natural gas production. He has natural gas up there, for that to happen up there. And then we have the huge sewer capacity now. So it makes sense for him to bring those tankers back here to finish his round trip load, right? Because he's bringing unprocessed stuff from here at about 20,000 gallons a week. And then you would do the same with the processed stuff back here. So it's just 2 round trips a week, a tanker truck, 10,000 gallon tanker truck. So, so that's all it is it's water. It's like, there's soaps and things like that in it. It's whatever a commercial kitchen would wash into their grease trap. But the brown grease, is the commodity, and it's used to make biofuels. So what he's doing when he's processing that at Apple Springs is he's putting that brown grease in the product tank. And then once a month, the tanker's coming from Chevron, picking that up and taking it to a biodiesel big refiner.
Okay, so this proposed project is essentially make a waypoint for that system in Hermosa, that the tankers could come here and they can drop off the grease, and then we take the water off of it and put it in the sewer. And then they come back later and grab the decanted grease and take it up to Apple Springs.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. And so I think I'd like to have I guess, the discussion under the motion before we continue. So I just kind of wanted Anthony to present it, and then I know there's probably some questions that I tried to clear up there, but so what I'll do is I'll make a motion to approve, but with the stipulation that Mr. James has an opportunity to review it before we do a final acceptance on that.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So when really, how much time does he have to do for the acceptance of it, Mr. Jones?
Just tell me, whenever you need it, I'll do it.
Are you just talking about reviewing this MOU or something else?
Yes, sir.
And I do see one thing I would like to add already, but other than that, yeah, we can look at any more motion if you do. I probably have it by next meeting or whatever week, whatever you want me to do from that.
So it's a non-binding statement of intent, so
Yeah,
it's,
I did see that one, I'm sure, so.
yeah, and it's part of his, due diligence for buying the property and coming to town with his investment.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Mark, I saw your hand up earlier. Would you like to ask a comment or ask a question or make a comment?
Just wondering, so raw product will come out to here
Yeah, from our area, from our market,
and will they process some of it here?
no,
So it'll all go to,
all go to Apple now.
and then they'll just haul the water?
Look back, yeah. Yeah, it's because we don't have natural gas here, so the energy cost would be 4 times as much, so it offsets any trucking cost. And then, the hub and spoke model allows for one reactor, which is more cost effective to heat one tank to 170 degrees and keep it that hot than it is to have 2 tanks. So it's just economies of scale, and we're really a small market, honestly, for this industry.
Just one last question. A lot of this stuff, green grates, sanitizers and all that, is that gonna make our balance any harder?
No, if it was, so it's 40,000 gallons a week. So, yeah, so the daily is pretty small compared to our lagoon systems.
Gary?
You mentioned something about the truckers are gonna bring stuff from this area, instead of here, you said something about decanting it. So they're gonna drain liquid off of it here before it goes over and it's treated?
No,
No, so what the truckers bring here
Mhm.
will go in the same, nothing will come off of it here, that'll go over there.
Right.
The only thing we'll be getting is what comes back.
the process though. Yeah.
I guess what I'm looking at, what type of money is he gonna be making off of the brown grease?
So, I mean, the margins are tight for his investment because ground grease sells for, what he's got in his business was like 30 cents a pound. It's 7.5 pounds per gallon. And he's getting 4% of 40,000 gallons, right? So 4% of 40,000 gallons times 7.5. He's probably, his revenue there is 100,000, 150,000.
Yeah, in what,
For brown grease.
for what?
Per year.
Per year.
Yeah. He gets tipping fees. And the tipping fees outweigh the cost of it is more of the revenue than the brown grease. And so it's really the tipping fees that make it pencil. And that's why you had to do the hub and spoke model, or else it wouldn't make any sense.
And what are we going to get? For taking his, liquid water back?
Right, so we would charge a sewer fee, we would have a meter on it, and we would be charging him a commercial rate for the use of our facilities, plus the tap and benefit fee as a commercial tap. We also are doing, he's working with, this tip, and so some developer has to take on the note, right, for the tip. And that's a real critical thing, because when I'm talking to the banks on if they're gonna give, gonna fund this TIF. They like that the town's gonna be pulling tax money off to pay the loan, but they wanna see either a corporation or an individual holding the note. And so that's why we had to get a developers agreement together with someone, which this MOU is basically saying it's gonna set out to do. And we wanted to do it with Preston's, and that didn't really work out. So this TIF 2 is replacing what we were trying to negotiate with them. And they wouldn't do the note. They were gunshot.
Another question I have is, one of the things when you do a TIF, and it's for development, bring development in. And in order to, and it's gonna cost over the time because the school board, the county, everybody's gonna give up a certain amount of money for, if it's a 20-year TIF for 20 years. And I guess I don't see anything in here that shows what we would be getting as a potential in the long term. What type of businesses do you think are gonna come into those commercial areas that's gonna actually raise the property value enough? So after the 20 years, we'll say that, well, because we had this tip, we are better now getting what we're getting now after that 20 years and paying that back. We're better now than we were before. Like the tip that was over there on that put in 79, the water and sewer and stuff over there. It had projections, and I think that turned out fairly well. As an example, a business that I had over there, where I bought it, it wasn't, I bought it just right after they got rid of they got the water and sewer in, and they didn't have a septic system. You don't have to worry about it anymore. It went from the $25,000 a year business to when I sold it, $250,000 a year business, which brings in more income, sales tax, all the improvements were made, that increases the property tax. And I guess I don't see anything in here, maybe that comes later, but what are those projections of what's gonna come in? Because I know in that other TIF, that it had those projections, it talked about, the campground, it talked about Rock and R. I think there's even a hotel in it. So what are those projections? Because what, if after the 20 years and it's paid off, and then, we start getting our regular taxes back and everything, it needs to show that we're better off after that 20 years for doing that than we are if not. And I don't see that.
So first of all, this is an MOU. This is in the developers agreement or the project plan.
Yeah.
This gets us towards that. So without an MOU, he has no understanding with the town to develop those things. But I've had Neil work with Scott, the county assessor in Custer, and they told me today that with sewer in that commercial property, the 55 acres, which is currently worth $3 million in property value, would be worth $5 million. So there's your increment right there. And that's just a purely, you're putting in that sewer line, that's what it would do.
Yeah, to make the value up so the taxes would be high.
That's right, that'd be the income. So that alone, that 0.014, produces $730,000 in 19 years.
Okay, Trina, and then the gentleman in the back.
Answer that question.
Okay, yes, sir.
My name is Jeff Boy. I live up on Tash Court. I guess it's a twofold question. Why did we want a business to bring in waste? And can we, however we deal with the waste, can we deal with it? What's the benefit for us to let this guy bring in waste? I mean, it seems like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this?
Yes, sir. Yep.
So the alternative is that they mix it with septic and they spread it all over farm fields around town, which they're doing now. So it's polluting your wells, it's polluting the air, it's polluting everything. So what we're trying to do is to be custodians of our environment and to put it in a situation where it's in the treatment plant and it's all under control and confined. So we're monitoring it. It goes through a process, right? That processes out and separates contaminants from everything, and then it goes into a safe treatment system that discharges after being fully treated. So right now, that's not the current way of disposing of this waste, is that they're taking fields right here in the Hermosa area and spreading it all over the fields. And so what we want to do is provide an alternative to that, which DANR is supporting us on, to give the haulers a sustainable way to service all these restaurants and businesses.
Okay, Aaron and then Jerry and Mark.
Yeah, so I can kind of see this, I don't have much more of an image to go on than this one on 21. So we're looking at sewer extension along the water extension
Yeah, probably the left side, 10 feet separation.
down here and then across. And from what I can see on this map, the plotted location is
Yep, right there.
right about here for the septic receiving. And now when we talk about the value of the added land, we're running sewer line down here, granting sewer services to all of this property, and that's essentially the TIF value. So you've never really gotten a really good, clear explanation of how TIFs work. I mean, they're not super complicated, but yeah, it does take essentially 20 years, right? So
Yeah, they say 19 because the first year's in the rears.
right. So you add value to the land, and there's like a baseline. Here's where the property value is now. You do improvements, and what the TIF does is all that added value gets encapsulated, right? So right now, if we don't do anything, this land value stays here for until the end of time.
It's the tax increment
Right, and the
from
TIF,
the increase in property value.
right, so as that goes up and the property tax, that additional collected tax is what this $700-some thousand would be. And that's all dependent, just to make sure everybody sees why there's actually added values. An added line here is going to increase property value of all these properties because now they have sewer access where they didn't previously. And also, we've got this track here now becomes reasonable. That sewer extension comes out to right about here, reducing the distance to connect sewer in the long term here. So it just spreads our sewer map essentially is what it does. Okay, 850,000 over 20 years.
Yeah, and the sewer alone is probably, because of 2,000 linear feet, it's probably like 275 of that. So we probably won't get to the 850. It'll probably be something more like 700. With the additional road and culvert and, that, you see how Tenaya only half there, and then it veers to the north and goes into the drive-through. So that's just raw land where the water main is now. And so that would be, putting the base down in gravel. And then there's a swell, a drainage swell at the end that we need to maintain, water flow. So there'd be a culvert put in, and that's the end of the road.
And just one other thing I want to point to here is this. So the green lines are our streets, and this is incorrect. Tenaya Street does not curve this way. Tenaya Street comes up here behind the east screen. I've been deeply researching this project. I know where this plot actually belongs. This is Tenaya Street. This is not. This is a private drop. So any access that any such other users are going to be looking for, they're going to have to rely on some kind of an easement down this way. So you'd be looking at, which is a part of, all right, another thing that's kind of hard to see. This is the donut, as I've heard it commonly called. This ring of land that goes around the drive-in is a separate piece of land. That's kind of why they call it the donut. So this is being broken off of basically the southwest corner of the donut.
You can click on it, I think it'll highlight it.
That's kind of.
Yeah, do that. There you go.
Yeah, yep. So we're looking at here, this donut is a weird plot. Yeah, so there is, I think on the town maps, Tenaya Street coming straight out here.
So we need to look at that as fixing that, okay.
Yeah.
That's all part of the planning process, so.
Okay, is that all you had, Aaron?
I was just looking at under the I mean, I feel like I'd like a little more look at this, but especially the cost sharing and financial limits, town's financial commitment, that's something we gotta be careful about.
Okay, Jared, did you have a quick question or comment?
Yes, Aaron was talking about, I understand that property very well. Aaron was talking about where the water line goes and then where the sewer line's gonna go. And then the fixing of the road and where that goes, I understand that. But there isn't gonna be really very much potential to develop anywhere from the end of Marie Street or the end of Walter Street, this direction, without some extensive, building up of the area. I mean, that is way below the flood, the flood line. It's probably 7, 8 feet there. Because even on my property, I had to raise it 5 feet. So looking at anything from, if you look there, you can see the blue line there. That kind of stores out the different property, that one square there in the south east corner, that belongs to somebody else. The other property belongs to the donut. I don't see much development happening in between, so the development is gonna have to happen over. I guess I can see that the value of that theater, and I know that there's been developers looking at, maybe that might be more cost effective to be building homes on. Well, if you have that sewer line there, it's a little easier to come across. And so, well, that was my concern, is where are we gonna get? And if the county has already said that we're going to, just because the sewer line goes there, and it helps out property, that it's gonna increase the value, so it's gonna increase the taxes. So after you pay it off, we're gonna be better off at the end than we are going now. Okay, I answered that question. Next question is the memo that came from DANR that our permit limits would have to change. Our permit, I don't know, have you seen that? Yeah. You might.
Yeah, we got an email from Kyle Dort.
Yeah, I've spoken to Kyle, so that's just, he wants to make sure that he knows what we're discharging in the lagoons, but that's just the BOD thing for our lagoons.
I think he was
He's that one
mentioning,
to Apple Springs, so.
I think he was mentioning testing requirements will have to change, so we'll probably have to update the testing schedule and things to ensure that any of the waste that were coming in.
I think he's talking about the testing and then also the permit, I think he mentioned.
So Kyle Dorf doesn't really know much about this project, because he only heard it secondhand from Jennifer Foster, who is the wastewater management person, who I was discussing this project. So he doesn't know the volumes, he doesn't know our BOD limits, he doesn't know it's 40,000 gallons a week, right? So he's just putting that out there so that everybody knows, hey, pay attention to, what you're putting in the lagoons, assuming that nobody knows what we're doing, right? Basically, so.
Mark, did you have something?
Kind of explains it better. How big of area are they gonna use for their facility? Do you know? Is it?
So the property they're buying is 8.5 acres out of the 27.5, but the building's only gonna be, it's less than 4,000 square feet. So it's not that big a building. So if you can imagine, a car wash that has a truck wash bay, that's the idea, is that bay where they come into is just the truck wash bay. And then actually in the future, because after they get going for a couple of years, they might see that they need to make some adjustments to where they do things. And so they might convert, the long-term goal of that is that would become a car wash for the town. And that they'd move somewhere that makes more sense for logistics. Maybe the railroad, or maybe something that's more in line with transport, right? So.
Well, and because they're not gonna actually process out here.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be a contaminant smell issue, anything like that should affect anybody, I wouldn't think.
No, that's why, and I went to visit the site, I went to visit a waste processing facility, just like the one we're proposing, to get an idea. And I took videos and stuff, so when they're offloading, that's why it needs to be closed, because they're pumping into a screen, and that screen is taking any solids and dumpstering them. And so that needs to all be inside a closed space, so it's not, that people are getting whiff of that during the unload. But you're talking 3,500 is in each truck. So like 5 to 7 truck, like a truck a day would be unloading. So
So on that 8.5 acres, is he planning on doing anything else or just this?
just that.
Okay, also for, Aaron's comment on the cost sharing and financial limits. I mean, that part is, so the town agrees to contribute towards the total cost of the required improvements as defined in Article 2 in the amount not to exceed $850,000. I mean, that basically sets the upper limit for the town's exposure on this, but the idea is that will be covered by the TIF, correct?
Yeah, only the tip. So the tip has to generate whatever it is as our contribution. We're not taking anything out of our own funds. And the other part of it is besides it being a non-binding, is that the town can, their termination agreement says that at any time within 30 days written notice, you can terminate this memorandum of understanding. But the idea is that it allows for him to move forward with, he's got, surveying costs, costs for going through the planning process. It's already zoned commercial. But he also has things like the bank and the bonds and the developer agreement, the project plan. So there's a lot of things involved. And we've kind of already gone down this road with a developer and not had an MOU. And it was a waste of time. And so I think we got one more bullet here to get this TIF 2 within the budget that we allocated. And that's why this is important, because, what his hope is that he's operational before the rally this year. So it's a short time frame that he's trying to become up and running.
Okay. Jerry, did you have a quick comment, a question?
The part of that 8 acres, is he gonna sell some of that off for other developers, or all the development potential is gonna come from around?
That's his only plan is what he's talking about now, with the legacy of becoming a car wash because of the sewer line and the water line there. But that's his 2-year plan. And he's got a very tight space at Apple Springs, if you ever gone up there. So, that's more of his worry is the logistics up there than down here. But I think the sewer line going in and the fact that land, that's like our prime commercial property. If you zoomed out and looked at all the zoning in the town, I mean, you got a couple little spots that are commercial, but that's highway, and that's the biggest contiguous piece that's all commercial. And so, the thought is that businesses like essential businesses that we don't have, hardware store, credit union, auto parts store, that this would help to bring those types of services, pharmacy with the urgent care, something that would allow the essentials to be in a very central strategic location, and we're sharing them out also with the region that it's being on the highway. So that saves an hour round trip to do something that's very basic, like go to the pharmacy or, get your car washed or something like that.
I know the theater's been for sale for a while. There's rumors that it might try to start up again, but it's been for sale for a while. I think in the long run, you break that up where the theater is, potentially it could be more potential sales tax. It could, things like that could potential help. Back to where they're gonna work at and the unloading stuff, that's, are they gonna have, spill containment, all that type of stuff with it? That'll all be reviewed. And the other question I have is that in here it said that his contractor will be putting together thing to be sent over for the town to review. Now, I guess my question is, are you his contractor?
No. He's got, his favorite contractor is DRM. He uses that guy the most up in Apple Springs. So I'm assuming that he'd probably get Mark to work on all that, but No,
But I know that you were doing work for Apple Springs also, right, in the past, or?
yeah, well, I support their water and sewer system, which is a nonprofit, so.
But I guess what I wanted to make sure is that you weren't going to be putting the plans together, then we'd have to hire some other engineer to do it. I just wanted to make sure there was no,
Yeah.
that answers that question very well. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thanks, Terry. Yes, sir. You had your hand up.
Again, I'm kind of baffled here. If he's already has a business in Apple Springs, why would he want to move it to Hermosa? Now, the second part of that is, if we reached out to the ranchers who have livestock and cattle, how is it gonna impact them? And we can say all kind of pretty stuff, but you're talking 10, 15, 20 years. I'm still trying to comprehend why we want this process in Hermosa.
So, I can try to answer that and then hopefully Anthony can fix any mistakes I may make, but. So we just finished up our lagoon expansion project where we added 5 million gallon detention basin and also I think 1 million gallons of extra storage as well by expanding what used to be Lagoon B. So the idea being that we can help to use that added capacity, which at our current population level, we will not be using. We can use that added capacity to generate some extra revenue for the sewer fund. The other thing is he would not be moving his business to Hermosa. That if we were to do this, that it would be kind of a way station for his grease processing, and then also he would be bringing, is it septage?
No septic.
No,
Septic is still being magnified.
they're bringing the water from their processing facility back down here. Is that the idea?
Yeah, just the grease traps. And they're all dedicated trucks that have been certified and cleaned out, because that's a big part of the renewable credits, right? That Chevron wants, with the manifest that the haulers give to him or give here, right? Because they submit their manifest when they unload here. That has to show every place they stopped, every amount of gallons that they picked up at each place. And that gets handed off to the final user. And so that's it. And, you know, Melky, who's a property owner around here, one of the reasons the septic didn't work is because those types of property owners will let you just dump septic all over their farm fields for a penny and a half a gallon. And that will one day end. That's not gonna last forever. I mean, that is major pollution and contamination. I mean, that has solids in it that go down your, whatever you throw in the toilet or go through the garbage disposal is in a house that's on a septic tank, that's on that farm field. So that's what, one day, hopefully, that type of business would be able to then do septic. But there's no way, there's no mechanism right now unless the state mandated septic be taken to a facility for that to happen.
So, did we answer your question, sir?
I think the question is for the town.
Yeah.
You know, why do you want to allow a business from Apple Springs, I couldn't tell you where that's at. Why would we want him to bring, now, if you're talking of expansion, you're talking about bringing in businesses, that's gonna increase.
Yeah.
Well, now you got this guy, and he's making money, you know, why? I guess I'm baffled with the why.
Okay.
So that's the question I always have. And so we mentioned we just built the lagoons. We built the treatment plant. We spent a maddeningly insane amount of money on sewer system stuff over the past period of time. And everybody in this town, their bills are getting hit hard. The legitimacy of something like this is, the idea here is that we essentially have a really, really big sewer customer that can help our sewer fund. If this all pans out and actually works out to our benefit, which it would absolutely have to work out to our benefit, but we essentially end up with a commercial level sewer customer to help pay our sewer fund and hopefully, ideally, reduce everybody's sewer bill. That's pretty much the benefit that I see. As far as helping a developer, you know, I mean, we're not really here to make sure other people can develop and make money. We're here to help citizens. And that's the benefit I see here, is to try to cut our sewer bills that have been quickly climbing and aren't going down on their own. This is one of the few opportunities we have to try to reverse that tide.
Just put that in perspective, given his flow rate, and this is the low end, so it would be the minimum. He would be paying 16% of the cost of our sewer fund. And that's the low end. That's like him just breaking even. Right? So the problem in a small town is that they have the same needs of a big town, but with less users to pay for it. And so the only way that you can offset that cost is with something that, especially if we can control that it doesn't create odors, it's not an eyesore, it's not, you know, impacting anybody's quality of life, but it's paying 16% plus of our sewer bill. We still have a sewer collection system that requires rehabilitation. We do not want to take on more debt in order to do that. So that's the idea.
Okay, I saw Connie's hand and Mark. We'll get to you, Jerry. Linda, did you have a comment?
Nope, I'm not.
Let's go, Connie.
I'm just curious if they've already purchased that 8.5 acres.
It's in there, they have an agreement with the landowner. So it goes through a period of
It
planning.
just seems weird. I would have thought you'd have done this process first before they purchased.
So they have a purchase agreement and they have to do plating and all that. So
I mean, it seems like the answer is already gonna be yes. I mean, I think it seems like we did it backwards, but that's just me.
It's almost like a chicken or the egg
Yeah.
situation here, that somebody has to take a step first. And that if he has an agreement with the landowner, that at least shows some intent on his part, so that we can have some kind of, I don't want to say assurance, but you know, something like that, that this MOU will go through on his end too, because he already has some skin in the game. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, Mark?
Kind of a couple questions. If he's gonna put a location out here, I'm guessing somebody's gonna have to staff it.
So it's a haul unload, so there's a card system. There's mainly one hauler, two, if you include the UCO.
So it'll be pretty much automated.
So it's completely automated. The trucker comes in, he swipes the card. The card lets the door open up. He unloads his load. That when he did his swipe card, it downloaded the manifest that he's got. And so then that lets him go out. So really, there's the tanker hauler, that's the CDL driver that's coming from Apple Springs. He's coming twice a week. So when he comes twice a week, he's gonna make sure nothing's clogged up, nothing's going bad. Otherwise, it'll run on the SCADA system.
And bringing a little industry into the area isn't a bad thought. And putting some infrastructure out there that could service maybe a little more industry, maybe a tiny manufacturer or a cabinet shop, something.
Yeah.
Something to provide some local jobs. If we can spur a little interest into that area and make it buildable for somebody to come out here, that's only gonna benefit us.
Yeah, and I also think too, in having this be kind of the reason to run the sewer line out there, that it's gonna be covered under the TIF, including the road improvements and stuff like that, that it's, my current understanding right now is there's not gonna be outlay from the town financially, that we'll be using the TIF to fund the infrastructure improvements. And then, from that, then we can, meet our financial commitment here. And then also there'll be some revenue. Sounds like 16% of our sewer fund, associated with that too. So it's kind of like a comprehensive solution to get the door open for, development down there, which I believe is what Mark was saying. So, Jerry, did you have a comment here?
Yeah, I just wanted to look at the 16% he is talking about. Is based upon, we have, you know, what a commercial rate is for over 1,000, 5,000 gallons, 6,000 gallons. and all that. So that's how you're coming up with, if he gives his bottom amount, so he breaks even, that would, based upon the sewer charge that we would be charging him, okay, that would take care of 16% of our sewer.
And the reason that.
And that's what I wanted to, that's another thing I wanted to get clear on is that,
Mhm.
so we are making money.
That's,
And if you look at industrial processes and the stuff you bring in, spill containment, potential odors, I don't think that's gonna be, you're not gonna have no real process where you're off-gassing anything.
No.
I feel more comfortable now than I did when I read it before, when I was just reading it. So I think a lot of good information is getting put out here. I think it might need to be put out again, because not only is the town making a commitment, but I guess my question is, and this is to the board, because when you do a TIF, it not only takes and freezes what the town's gonna get into the future, but the fire department is giving up their 21%, the school board is giving up their 60%. And so, that's,
You have to ask Neil about that one though, because it's an economic development district. It's not like a low income housing or anything like that, so. School may not be impacted. That's something we could ask Neil.
okay, that's why I'm bringing it up. Who all is it gonna impact? Is it just the town? Or
It's commercial property.
Or is the fire department gonna have to give up theirs? Because if it is, we need to get them involved early instead of afterwards. So I think that's a good thing we need to find out. Who is it gonna affect?
Right, I mean, so the decision point we have on the floor right now is, do we think that this is something that we want to do? I think that's the question that we have in front of us right now. I mean, we do have some escape clauses here, and of course, Mr. James is gonna look it over too. But thanks, Mr. James. Yeah, I mean, and these are all things that if we find out later that things don't pencil out, then we can back out of it if we need to. I mean, I hope that we don't. I hope that we could make something like this work and we don't have to, but I think I think we do have that option here. So I saw Dan and then Linda and then Aaron.
And I think too, what needs to be remembered on the tips, they aren't out the monies, they just froze on that cap. They still get money every year. But they don't get that, and the economic development side of it does change the formula, where they still get increases through the economic development and pay back.
Yeah.
And the liabilities of the infrastructure through a TIF are also on the developer, not the liabilities of the town or the citizens. So that's where the protection levels always are in a TIF too. So them advantages are always a strong advantage.
Okay, Linda.
And as our town grows with more homes and other businesses, when we get to the point where, if we would get to the point where we don't have that capacity, we can be done with it. I mean, it's not something that we have to, if we sign on the dotted line, if we agree with the MO right now, I mean, we can change our mind 10 years from now. And, it's not a done deal. It will help us get through until we no longer have the extra space. Now we have the space. We might as well be making some income on that space to help our citizens and to help our future projects, rather than having it just sit there.
But the system we have now could be upgraded. So we could do more. So I don't see where we would ever have to say no to it in the future.
Well,
Yeah, and that was
really
gonna
not,
be-
but
I was going to make that point that our ability to process wastewater hinges upon the treatment plant. And the treatment plant is essentially the size of a shipping container. And if we needed to expand our treatment capacity, we just get another one and set it next to it and then we go. So. it-
Yeah, and we're at 60,000 gallons per day discharge. So that doesn't include all the evaporation we get in the summertime and everything. So that'd just be in the wintertime. And 60,000 gallons a day is 1,000 population town. And we're not even 500.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so I think Kathy had her hand up.
Yeah, I just had a question. You had talked about that it could potentially lower the sewer cost for residents. Is there any timeline that could happen?
Yeah, I mean, I think she's addressing a comment you made, Aaron, so.
Yeah,
I'd like to talk about that.
yeah.
I
I think-
You might see that working.
If he's looking at trying to get this up and running by Sturgis, and it's not gonna be anywhere in this MOU. See, we're kind of talking about a few different things, like the root of it is just what's the facts, what's in front of us in MOU for a developer to essentially develop. There's nothing in here about the TIF. That's a question I have for Mr. James, if he thinks there should be any language in here, a contingent on TIFs, if that's worth putting in there. If he starts trucking in Sturgis, the sewer and water funds are both enterprise funds. If this is generating revenue for the town and utilizing the sewer, then it should automatically remain within any money that comes in from this commercial user. So basically, as soon as he starts delivering water here, it should immediately start having, as far as I'm concerned, start having an impact on customers. And I don't know, I don't see why we couldn't have this as soon as we get the process going, some kind of an immediate distribution, whether it's monthly, quarterly, whatever. So as soon as the money comes in, we put it directly into lowering
I can tell you.
residents'
I can
bills.
help Aaron there a little bit. So there's 2 surcharges. Those aren't gonna change yet.
Right.
Because we've made commitments to the bank and as their F program. So they're like $12 each. Those are tied with infrastructure improvement. But the rest of it is operational expenses and the cost of doing business. So if we have more revenue and we have less, then we have the same cost of doing business, then ultimately you'd have something to work with to help your residents with their bill.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I would see is figuring out a monthly figure of whatever we make off of this immediately affects all the residential customers for that same month. Could be a steady flow rolling thing.
Okay, Mark,
Just on that, it's great to think about customers getting a few dollars back, but with added flow and added things, and you gotta plan on future capital improvements and in keeping a higher flowing system running, there's gonna be more cost to it. I wouldn't say I'd be looking for people to start getting a refund, but I would think it would maybe reflect on fewer rate increases as you go down the road. So I don't know if I'd be promising people any money back in their pocket, but more of a savings down the road and providing capital for capital improvements.
So what we used to say is rate stability. So you're not saying you're giving refunds and all that because you have to maintain a certain amount of funds to fix what's wearing out, right? So, but if you can keep the rates stable, that helps people, especially fixed income, to be able to afford the bills. So.
okay, Jerry, and then, are you guys just about ready for a vote? Okay.
One of the things that, can do, I mean, we have some sewer that's, like behind Connie's Road down there that really needs it. Well, what this increased money will do will pay for getting that done without having to go out and get another loan where you have to do a surcharge job. So I feel very much better about, after the conversation.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for everybody for all their comments and questions. I think we had a great discussion there. So do we have any last comments or questions from the board? Aaron, then Mr. James?
I was actually gonna say just the one, if anybody has, since Mr. James's review is essentially the dead man switch on this, and if anybody has anything particular they want him to look at, the one thing I would want him to make sure is whether he thinks the language of it TIF should be built, baked into this MOU in any way.
That's what I wanted to answer. So, yeah, I mean, I have not gone through this with a fine tooth comb, but I mean, when I look at it, I always tell people, well, there's what you're telling me and there's what's on the paper. And those things aren't exactly matching because I don't see anything about the tax. It just says we're on the hook for this money. It doesn't talk about tax increment financing. So I think that needs to match. So we need to have language in the MOU. I mean, I understand it's not binding and that's fine. But if it's supposed to be an understanding, that's the understanding. The understanding is we're doing this with TIF money. So that needs to be, I think, reflected in the document. So that, again, there may be other things I can pick up on as I really, stare at it, but just, when I started scanning through this, it's like, oh, we're talking about TIF, but it's not in there. So that was kind of my main.
So that's the developers agreement language that they keep talking about. So in the binding nature of Article 1, it says legally binding developers agreement. And then it also repeats that in payment structure that fully defined in the subsequent developers agreement. So what it's doing is it's laying the groundwork for a developers agreement, which would create a TIF. You could do a Renaissance zone too, right? So it doesn't necessarily bind that to to that particular mechanism, but that's the mechanism we intend to use.
Right. But if you're telling me, well, you gotta look at the next agreement, to figure out what this one's about. I don't think any reason not to put that in this agreement, what the understanding is, so. Otherwise, we don't need the document at all, so. That's kind of my.
Okay, all righty. So, Terry, would you like to read the motion back for us, please?
Solidified Cal, second by Linda to approve the MOU with the stipulation for Mr. James to review before final acceptance.
Okay,
If you could give me a time frame on that.
yeah, would you be able to get it done by maybe this Friday?
No.
No?
First meeting in
And
January?
so I have poured all three, like tomorrow,
Right.
Thursday, and Friday, I have poured all 3 days. It'll need to be at least a week.
Okay,
First meeting in January.
Oh, yeah, that'd be.
Do you need it before that, Anthony? When do you need it?
Today. That's fine. We can have it when he has time.
I can do a week.
a week? Okay, so, the next Tuesday then, which is 23rd. 23rd. Oh, wow. Right. All right, well, okay, so we still have the motion on the floor and we still have to do the vote, correct? So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I think that's everybody. Okay, so motion carries. Okay, Gary, did you have a quick comment?
Just one comment, I was bringing up the thing about, is this gonna affect the school board, the county money and that? If Mr. James can look at that too, because I think if it's gonna do that, as soon as we get them up front and bringing them in, it's not like,
Well, the way tips usually work is that they don't lose the money they're getting now. They just don't receive an increase.
Understand.
And then if we do have the economic development TIF that actually does include some increases over time too, then that would be a good thing to make sure that we're getting as well.
Just so we know how it's gonna impact them and so we don't.
Yeah, and it's just for this district, right? So it's for the boundaries of the 55 acres. It's not everywhere. And, if you have agricultural land, you'll do an ag exemption, and so you don't pay towards the school. And so that's pretty common that things would be gross, right?
Okay. Right, very good. So moving on to public works, street lighting, water and sewer department updates. So streets, do you have any updates, Aaron?
Yeah, we went to town on the streets during the warm weather today. Path court is sealed up. Riprap is still stable after a few months, so we put the base course over it. Path court is done. We took care of West Main all in one shot in one day, riprap and road base. So West Main is done. Patched up an alley, patched up a bit out here. There was a trough opening up. Got a base course down across 3rd Street, that strip there, but that's been holding up. That was filled up 2 months ago. But yeah, the gravel roads are coming together very nicely. Should be no problem. No problem at all. Yeah, another thing is, I talked to Don earlier about it. We have a little money left in the streets budget for the year. I'd like to see if we can buy a dump trailer. Because we're gonna have $5,000 to $7,000 left, and for doing gravel maintenance, a dump trailer would be nice. So I don't know, maybe, maybe if I can get everybody for 15-minute special meeting, if I can put the plan together. But yeah, my hope is that we can get a dump trailer set up with a plate welded down the middle, a double gate dump trailer, and have the gates bolt to that center plate instead of each other. Have riprap on one side, road base on the other side, so we have a mobile gravel road repair system ready to go whenever we need it, wherever we need it.
And you have not checked prices at all.
We're poked around on Facebook a little bit, between 4,000 and 7,000, depending on what size we want, whether we want dual axle, single axle. But just something small and maneuverable that we can very quickly and effectively fill potholes and make sure they're permanent. And we probably should get a plate packer or jumping jack or something like that, so we have available. But other than that, yeah.
Okay. Street light repairs. You have any, yeah, let's, we do have the contract work presentation on item E coming up. Would you like to address your comment, Dan?
Well, I'd like to address this comment on the repairs that were made today.
Okay,
And I appreciate their efforts, but I totally feel they're going in the wrong direction on some of the repairs. What pimples you left up there on West Main are going to become a big problem. The minute you hit them with the snow blade, that big rock's coming out and it's going to be all over and it's going to destroy the rest of that road. You know, and it's a matter where what you did over here by filling, yeah, that's going to work. But that ballast rock is not made to be in them potholes up there. You'd have been better off with done as what it was in the past, with all the load up there, spread and wheel pack, and would handle it the rest of the winter. But what you're gonna have now is a problem, and I've offered to advise to go over to volunteer, bring equipment in to help out, for free, and it's always been discarded on, you know, whether it's personality or whatever situation it is, I have no clue, but it's just a situation on them circumstances, it's gonna cost more money on that positioning than it is, so. And there's a lot too, as far as a dump trailer and equipment going into them circumstances. If you're gonna have the maintenance being done on them circumstances is a great idea, but the applications need to be done in the right form too, so.
okay, well, thanks for your comment.
Yeah, to kind of follow up on that, so when I started looking into how to make sure gravel roads were being effectively maintained and repaired, I talked to people who work on gravel roads every day, all day for 30 to 40 years. It's a mixture of coarse rock and fine rock, and that's how you lay out a road that lasts. Dumping fines and potholes, we end up with sustained potholes because you put some rock in there, it splashes out. I mean, we basically repaired using the methodology that's been used to build gravel roads for like 2,000 years, so.
Okay, well, we can move on from this, but, I mean, everybody kind of had their opinion.
So just one more thing is I've never
Yes, sir.
rejected a phone call or input from anybody in this town. My phone's always available if somebody wants to call and talk to me about whatever's going on. I don't get very many calls on streets. It seems to have gotten more difficult to interact after I stopped accepting demands rather than taking input. So.
Okay. Alrighty, well, everybody got their chance to share their opinion on that, and so, I guess we can see what happens. And, anyway, so let's move on to streetlight repairs. How are we doing on that, Chuck?
They've been flagged and called in, they haven't got here apparently yet, I'm assuming that they will soon. So
Okay,
there's only like a couple that are
one flickering and one actually is out.
Okay, Breezy, did you have a comment on streetlights?
Community center streetlight on that list,
Uh,
the streetlight at the community center. Terry knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I told you about it twice. The one at the community center.
Yeah, it's flagged.
Okay. All righty, do we have any updates for water and sewer department update?
Took the nitrite samples in there to be done once a year. Well, those samples have been taken and brought in. Consumption is minimal as usual at this time of year. I don't know of anything that we did have one leak, on one of Dan's rental, and that got resolved. Apparently it was like a 10,000 gallon leak. We addressed on Sunday. And, sewer, I think Anthony pretty well covered everything there. Don't know of anything that's problem with this point. And, work orders. We still have on the list of some of those.
Jerry?
Yes, I just, on one of the work orders, it's on line number 8. It just says evidence of sewage leakage. It shows it's not started yet. The date is created was 7/3 of 25. No completion date, hasn't been taken care of yet. And the priority is high. I guess my question is, it says there's evidence of a sewage leak, and its priority is high, and from July. Was there a leak?
I think that's one I put in there, and I believe that's referring to, down there on the line going, yeah, Silversmith. It's the line that's north of the end of 3rd Street that's going, west to east towards the lagoon, kind of, not along Gumbo Lily, but it goes, I think it's on the other side of the creek from there too. Anyway, there was a homeowner down there that reported that he found, near a manhole cover that looked like there had been some overflow there, and I think it was due to some rains, some issues there. So that's what that was about. And I know that I did talk to Chuck about it. Do you remember what happened with that, Chuck?
Well, there was some question as whether it was our line or his line. His sewer actually, septic system actually runs clear out to that ditch. And, we did kind of compromise that it was overflow.
One of these. We should be able to
Never
find it.
hasn't reoccurred or
Isn't it?
anything's happened there again, so
Right. Yeah, it was.
checked the manhole at that point and there was no issues in the main.
Right. Jerry?
Chuck, you said that you thought that it was his sewer that was overflow.
He's got a septic system there and visible where his leach lines go and they go right to that point, so I suggested he should have his tank, pumped and inspected and everything, and that's as far as it went.
But it's nothing to do with our sewer line, our sewer system. It is very good. Okay.
Okay. So I guess we have the next item on there is the Public Works 2026 contract. And as we all know, that's coming up at the end of December. And so kind of, I've been looking into how this can go and things like that. And we do have another item on the agenda, 8F, which is to prepare RFPs for some of the things that are currently on there. And the main reason for that is, so under the current contract, we have been actually paying more than our $50,000 allotment without bidding over the last couple of years, including this year, on our year-to-date amount. And so we need to make sure that we're compliant with that, and that, so my suggestion to the board is that we direct our town planner to prepare RFPs for general facilities maintenance, the street maintenance, and the snow removal. That could be, that would be taking place next year, not this year, of course. I mean, we're almost at the end of the year, but so that's what we're, that's coming up there. But I just wanted to discuss that, and then, just to make sure that Chuck's aware of the situation so he can put in his RFPs if he wishes to. And then also to see, did you have any comments on this at all? I mean, since we discussed it last time.
Basically, the work that is being shown here, and some of it is reimbursement for gas and stuff, the lagoon pumping, and that wasn't in the contract. Some of that work that has been done here is not part of the contract. It's above and beyond what the contract says, so I think there's like $30,000 limit or something before it has to be physically bid out.
50. So I'll run with right now. Anthony?
So one thing I'll say is, like, when we did the lagoon expansion, we had a bid amount and we would bid quantities and bid items. And we were able to adjust the bid quantities after going through the procurement process, which was over $50,000. We were procuring it, but after you procured that contractor, if you wish to increase your bid quantities for the same bid unit price, you were allowed to do that. So I think what Chuck's trying to say is that his base contract was under $50,000, but that maybe the tracking of the bid quantities and units or bid items needs to be better, so that that item got increased in quantity by X amount and still complies with your procurement spot.
And some of the stuff that's noted in here that was paid to me, like I said, is reimbursement for fuel and things like that. Not a lot, but I mean, you're looking at 500 or whatever, time to time, And there's something in the contract base pumping on the lagoon and the expense and that type of stuff. We did buy the one pump based on the fact of renting that made much more sense. And we still have that.
Gary?
Yeah. I understand the 50,000, understanding what Chuck's saying, and it's all line items out, so you could go back through it. When this contract was written as a 2-year contract, his total from, if you gathered everything like this, then I think it was it 38 or 39,000? But the end of that year, at that time, all of it for that contract, all of what we paid him per hour changed, what he paid for quantity changed, and that's what drove it up for the 2-year contract. If we go back and look at the South Dakota Codified Law 518A-14, it's at over $50,000, formal competitive bidding, newspaper noise, blah, blah, blah. Between 25,000 and 50,000, even if you go back, his base contract was over just his base contract. Between 25 and 50,000, you need at least 3 wet and quotes. And that's kind of what rules are. Now, just because you have to go out and do competitive bid and and I'm the one who kind of bring up some of this issue. Does it, am I against Chuck? No, because potentially Chuck knows what it's gonna cost to do things around here. When it goes up and for competitive bid, he potentially could make more money than he's making now because he knows what's going on and he knows what he can go up. If you get somebody else from out that don't do it, they gotta put into that bid unknowns. So I don't see it as adverse effect to Chuck. It's just the process that we have to follow. If, because we're, we could debate, there's one deal is, 50,000, but if you go down and even tie them off, you're still gonna be over 50,000 when I looked at it. And again, even if you decided it wasn't gonna be over 50,000, between 25,000 and 50,000, at least 3 written bolts.
Okay.
So, Mr. James and Bill will look.
We've had outside contractors come in many times and it's been horrendous what costs were. I mean, they got mobilization and they got everything that was on top of what happens. And that was one of the reasons that the water and sewer were split into 2 different contracts because if they were combined, then it would exceed. So that's why they were split years ago to compensate for that.
Jerry?
Yeah, it's also very clear in the state statute that you cannot split to keep it below it. And that's been the state's attorney general's finding. And again, it's not adverse to Chuck to go out for competitive bid because potentially he could be making more than he is. Because bottom line, he hasn't made enough for what he's done since he's been here for 30 some years. 50. Well, the first 20 years, he's not like this decade. So I'm not, you see what I'm saying?
Right, okay, well, I mean, we do have the item coming up for the RFPs for those items. So we can discuss those at that time. Aaron, did you have a comment on the item 8C?
Yeah, Public Works 20, I think this is as good a place as any to mention. I really would like to know how all the other board members here feel clearly as far as how soon should we look at actually going to a W-2 Public Works person to have somebody on payroll rather than continuing to contract out. I don't know if that's something that people think about, but I think sooner rather than later, we should put together some kind of a job posting and see what's out there. And because Chuck is going to be absolutely critical in training anybody if we were to hire them, and before his contract comes up, I think we would want to integrate that into his contract. If we were going to actually hire a formal Public Works employee, we would want his next contract to reflect that, I think. Yeah. So I don't know where everybody's, I'd be curious, where does everybody stand on whether they think we should hire an actual W-2 or just keep contracting everything?
I'll speak up first. Because I have spoke up on this many times for many years, and I personally think that it should be a town employee rather than a contractor. And I still feel that way. I felt that way for many years. Chuck did not want to be a town employee, and because he was trained and he knew the job and he did it well, we allowed that to happen. But I still personally, with Chuck kind of trying to semi-retire and whatnot, I think that we need a hired employee, somebody that is hired by the town. That's my opinion.
Donna?
Can I make a comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if we hire an employee, what are they gonna use for equipment?
We'll have to hire that out. Or use what we can.
I mean, I know it's time, but I just don't see where the money's gonna come from. Because you're not gonna hire somebody for $20 an hour.
Right.
Yeah, no, we want to. Really.
I mean, whether you want to or not, nobody's gonna come and work for $20 an hour.
That's correct. Mhm.
Well, then the other thing you have in comes into play is be coming to work with a shovel and pick or equipment's involved in this whole thing, you know, and I mean, for years and years and years, the town has had the best of both parts because I carried my own insurance, my own cell phone, my own vehicle, my fuel, and equipment to physically do the job. And if you hire somebody, just for instance, $20 an hour, if he puts in a week, you know, he's gonna be making $160 per day. And my contract says that when you figure it out, it don't take too much of a mathematician to figure out that $3,000 for 30 days, 24-hour call and emergencies and whatever goes along with that, you're paying me $100 a day. So if you bring somebody else in and pay him $20 an hour, you're paying him $160 a day. You may not, and trying to find somebody that'll come in and work 2 hours and then go home or whatever, so they've got to have enough time involved to make it work. Unless it's somebody that doesn't need any money and hasn't got anything at all to do, and still physically capable of working.
Right, yeah. I think I don't see the harm in getting something together and putting an application or putting a notification out there and to accept applications and see who's out there that would want to do it. I do know we do have, if Anthony would, if we needed somebody at the time and for whatever reason we didn't have somebody, we may be able to go through ATAC if Anthony's okay with that on a certain basis, until we figure out exactly what we're gonna do. I mean, we're kind of in a transition area here right now, and so we need to, in my view, kind of explore the different options. We already explored that one option, which in my opinion, I think is a good backstop to getting to a possible town employee, but using them to dial in the sewer treatment side of things and then also get the water side going once we have the water treatment plant and everything. That's just my opinion on that. But if we do want to look at possibly hiring somebody, we need to understand what costs are associated. I think Chuck brought that up too with the different things, you know, they'll likely need a vehicle and any other equipment we may need. And then we'll have to figure out that equipment side of it too. I mean, who has equipment here in town? Do we need to do a rental agreement with them or something like that? I mean, and to what degree does Chuck want to maintain participation in things? I know in some of our conversations, you kind of intimated about you're having your toes in the sand in a warm place, and I don't disagree with that. Yeah. So, anyways, that's just kind of my thoughts on it.
So there's a
So,
lot to think about.
absolutely,
There's a list, we should make a list
yeah, we
of
have,
what we need to consider. Because like I said, it's coming to that point, but yet I think a lot of people have blinders on as to what it's gonna cost the town to come to that point.
One thing you'd have to do also is you'd have to make a list or whatever of the duties that he would do, you know, I mean, the first thing that's gonna come out of someone's mouth, well, how much are we gonna reduce the contract because you're doing this or you're doing that or one thing or other. So you have to weigh out, you know, at one point we had a waterman that was a town employee, and they had to furnish him a van and all kinds of stuff to do with, you know, and tools and what it took to do the job, you know. I mean, it's been very lucrative for the town over the last 50 years. That's you made the check out and didn't look back, for the month's wages. And emergencies arose, they were taken care of. Didn't matter if it's Christmas Eve or weekend or whatever. And if you want to talk about sacrifices that were made, family and one thing, we couldn't even begin to count the ball games and the rodeos and holidays and stuff that have been interrupted through, and Donna made the comment many, many times that we can't go anywhere, we can't do anything because I'm married to the town. You have to be pretty specific on what the hired employee's duties are.
Right, so I think it's gonna require maybe another study too, to figure out what the different costs are gonna be. And we add those up and just to see, baseline figures, what could we be looking at here? Gary, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, and I don't know if I provided it, I know I provided it to you. I don't know if I provided it to Aaron, maybe Terry, but I went through and came up with the job description and what all the intent would be and did some research on what, if you want to get someone that could do the job, that you come in and do it, manage the new treatment system, if that was the case, you went, the wastewater treatment plant, overseeing all that stuff. You're looking at, if you're gonna get someone who's competent, that has all the licenses, because you're looking at, they need 5 different licenses, in order to do everything that Chuck listed. And that person, if you look at what the competitive stuff was across the board, you're looking at 70 to 80,000 a year just for the employee.
Mark, Aaron, then Dan.
I'm just thinking, we've done all these improvements, we've done this. I think everybody in this town knows it's either gonna be now or it's gonna be in 6 months. That we need somebody. And looking at what there's available to do, we still got street signs that are 3 feet off the ground. We got roads all over. We got plowing, mowing. There's more than enough work for somebody to do in this town. Now, we don't have equipment, but that's where some kind of a unique contract could be come up with that would still save us money from going out and getting a contractor out of Rapid to come and do a water line break in the middle of the road for $16,000. It might not be perfect for a year or two. We just got to find a way through it, because if we grow, these are changes that have to come. They just have to.
Right, Aaron.
Yeah, so yeah, I did get what Gary put together, and I view what you put together is essentially, that's almost like if we get to the point where we need somebody and Chuck's like, all right, I'm going to Tahiti or whatever, and we don't have anything else set up, it would cost us, we would have to bring them on starting 70 grand a year or better. All the licenses, it would be an absolute nightmare to find someone. That's kind of, if we don't get ahead of this, that's where we would be at as like a really bad situation. That's why I say sooner rather than, I mean, we do have a list. My thoughts as far as the list of duties, I think it's perfectly reasonable for each committee within the town to be like, all right, let's sit down and say, what would we have specifically for our employee to do? And then we can compile that list and very quickly put together something. As far as not hiring somebody for $20 an hour, we hired the best marshal the town's ever had for $20 an hour. So we'll find somebody, we'll get them. And if that means I set up to go to the January career fair at Mines and start talking to folks that are about to graduate and get us a civil engineer or we'll find somebody. It's not hard. I hear that a lot. Like, oh, well, we won't find somebody. Every time we say that, we end up finding somebody. So, I think sooner rather than later, though, we need to rip the Band-Aid off and post the job.
We need to,
Right, Dan, then Breezy, and I think somebody else was out there too, but we'll go with them for now.
Thank you. And I think the one big tool that we need to always remember is Anthony. He is in the position with the licensing. He is in the position that he's done all these expansions. He is in the position that he is lined up and knows what our infrastructure is, what our maps is, what our detail is, and put a contract together to be able to demonstrate what he could do and what he can service for us and what he can basically address on every circumstance. So to me, we need to look at that basis and use our professional to also be our professional to help us through these times and put that together as we're in a growing situation. If we're going to eventually see Chuck retire, the monies we're paying him will be applied in where we're at with Anthony and then compensated from Anthony, where you would have him in charge of the individual who would be doing that work and taking that certain step to the next direction. So we need to keep that tool in our pouch and use that tool as we can instruct it.
Okay, thank you, Brittany.
I agree with what he said with Anthony, but you hire somebody for mowing, you're gonna have to supply a mower. You hire somebody with snow removal, you're gonna have to supply snow removal. And my opinion is for snow removal, I think it needs to be contracted out. Because just like the Christmas spray, none of the snow removal got done. I understand there might be 2-3 inches, but my husband had to do it. That way there wasn't people standing in snow on the sidewalk. Yeah, there wasn't a lot, but still. But like I said, as for the sewer and stuff, I think Anthony needs to take care of it. He's licensed. And that's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you for that, and thank you for allowing that, Ryan. Jerry?
Another thing we need to look at, and I think that what Dan was saying about utilizing Anthony to oversee things, but we need to also look at that there's engineering that's straightforward. And then there's part of his company that's construction, and there's part of his company that's operation. Engineering, according to the state rules and stuff, the way I understand them, doesn't have to go out for competitive bid. But they'll still limits, over 25,000, street poles, over 50,000. I feel that still applies to the things that he would be doing for us. But just the decision to go one way or the other. That's the limits. We just need to look at it. That we can't just automatically go to Anthony. Not that I'm saying Anthony is good, because I think he is very good. But we still need to look at and dividing things, make sure all those things are covered.
Okay. Chuck?
Well, one of the things we need to look at regardless who we hired, I was more or less mandatory that I have $2 million worth of liability insurance. You can't just have people running around here that volunteering or whatever. What about the liability of the thing? It's all down my throat all the time. What about even if they volunteer, you're still somewhat liable if you don't have that blanket coverage. And I'm carrying, if you look at my contract, I got $2 million liability policy. That's something if you hire somebody, you gotta see, if they're qualified in insurance and providing they can pass a background test, It's not going to be simple.
Okay. Dan, did you have a quick
Yeah,
comment?
and I agree too with comments that were made that contracting, there are people out there that will do the snow, that will do the mowing, that will do the other circumstances in these situations too. So them elements can be taken and put into that perspective like any business in any circumstance. And the town has got to be run in the same circumstance in a business. If you have certain circumstances where individuals can't perform or the work's not getting done or it's having to be done by others, then that individual has to go and the business has to pick somebody else up or provide service for their out of the work that they're going to be able to do. So contracting that out takes a lot off of that contract too.
Okay. Linda, did you have a comment?
I just would like to say that, this is something that we have worried about. I mean, it was always in the back of our minds that, my God, what would happen? And I'm not on wood, Chuck, if he just had a heart attack and dropped or got hit, or got hit by a Mack truck, who knows, But that was always for the board. It was always on our minds. And we knew that if it came to that, I mean, you're always gonna make it work. You're gonna find the people, the other towns are gonna step for, I mean, it'll work. But we now know he's wants to semi-retire, and we need to put the energy forth um, to put a contract together to see if we can find somebody to hire. And what you're saying, the price and the amount of people, there's 10 positions open in this month's magazine for Public Works. Whether it's road, sewer, water, whatever, but there's 10 positions and most of them are, well, this one says 70 to 79,000 per year. That's in Watertown. Uh,
Yeah, that's just hiring
That's-
somebody to be Chuck without the equipment, without the experience, without the knowledge of the town. That's like,
exactly.
that puts us in a really bad situation.
Well, I mean, it just makes us have to do our work. We need to, and it's not gonna matter. I mean, if it takes $80,000 to hire somebody, what are we gonna do? Not hire somebody? No. I mean, this is what the town offers its citizens. And we have to have the workers to do the job properly. Whether it's Anthony, and thank God for Anthony, or Chuck, or somebody working for Chuck, or somebody that we hire. We have to get this process started and moving quite quickly, I would say.
Yep. So I think those are all good points we need to keep in mind. So as far as for an action item, we do have that list started of, I guess, things a Public Works employee would likely do. We can flesh that thing out. Do we want to do a work session well, coming up on Christmas here pretty soon? You want to do a work session after the first of the year to discuss this Public Works employee one more time? Aaron?
I don't know, what do you guys think about just the committees just getting together on the side and being like, all right, let's figure out what's under our little umbrella and then we'll push it into a big list. So that we don't have to have.
And
a work
then get
session.
together.
And then get together, just so we have.
However it works, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. So, I mean, do we just want to not schedule it for now and take it up later?
I think we've had, if not now, within the next day or two, we need to come up with a schedule. So I don't see why we just don't do it now.
What about 30th of December?
Good.
We can't do it that night.
Okay. 29th? No, 29th is a special election. Or special.
No.
Petitions are due. Yeah,
Let's do it on 29th.
Let's cut off my calendar.
Scaring people.
Monday, the 29th of December?
Do it during the day.
Work session.
I won't be able to. Maybe later, maybe at 3 or something like that.
Well, that's right. I wasn't thinking 10 o'clock. I was just thinking like 2:30, 3 o'clock.
3 PM work session,
Yeah.
29th.
2:30, 3 o'clock.
Hey. Thank you.
Okay.
And I should apologize because I missed the last work session, being sick and the last meeting, so you've not had my input, good or
Okay
bad.
now, though,
Yeah, yes, I'm feeling much better. It'd have to be or I wouldn't be here.
So, we have another item, item 8D. Let's see if we can get this done in like 8 minutes and then, we can take a recess. So 8D is inventory of town property in Ferguson Construction Shop. And this is just in response to a comment that Chuck made. I think it was the last meeting, saying that there's all kinds of town property in there that he's been keeping for us and everything like that. And so what I'd like to do is just make a appointment with him at some point, and then and if Aaron would like to, I would welcome him to join me too. And we just go through and you can kind of show us what's in there. We just take inventory of it, and then we can add it to our inventory books and everything like that. And the location just for completeness, I guess. Yes,
So
sir.
to suggest when you do that, also take a video, insurance company, it's good to work with insurance companies when you got it. They'll have
Okay.
proof, so,
All right, very good.
yeah.
All right, so, I guess if that's okay with you, Chuck, I'll just get a hold of you at some point in the next week or two and we can figure out a time.
I think the worst part of the whole deal is the accusation that, after 30 years of being in the town business, I mean, it's probably pretty elementary that there probably is something, a wrench, or something that may belong to the town. I can assure you at this point, there's not a damn thing in that shop that belongs to the town.
Well,
There could be, these booster pumps, that are out of warranty and are defective. If there's one of them laying around, they're junk, you want them, you certainly can put them in your garage.
Well, first off, there's no accusation being made. It's 100% just in response to a comment you made. I believe it was at the last meeting about the existence of such property. So,
Pertaining to the jetter truck that was sitting on my property. If we weren't gonna work on it, I said then get it off my property.
well, it hasn't been on your property for quite a few months now. I mean, I'm talking about like the last meeting. So, anyways, Aaron, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just gonna, like, if it's stuff like that, old booster pumps, old meter, whatever, you just want us to help clean crap out of your shop.
Yeah, you can come over and clean the shop up.
Give me your shovel.
We can help. I'll volunteer to help you with a dump run, Josh.
Yeah, right. I mean, there's no accusation here. I know that might have been going around, but it's like I was saying, just literally in response to a comment that you made and just trying to get ahead of anything that, I mean, we're trying to get ahead of a lot of things pertaining to Ferguson right now. And so, you know, I guess I'll just make a comment. I mean, if I'm not saying it, then please don't attribute that to me or by extension, any of the board members. You know, if you guys have a concern about anything, please give me a call. I know while I was campaigning, I handed out my phone number to everybody. It's also on a card back there. So, I mean, and I'll answer the phone.
Even talks on it if he's in Montana.
Yeah, that's right. I over
He
there.
told me
So.
about his trip there.
Right. So anyways, but yeah, so I guess, Breezy, did you have a comment
I
on
just
that?
have a question, and I'm not trying to pick.
Uh-huh.
If there's town property on his property, why was it with the Christmas decorations, that was a big no-no? I'm just asking,
I'm not.
because, the reason I'm asking, because when Dan had them, the comment was made that they had to be brought back to the town in the town's possession, meaning on town property. I'm just asking.
Okay. Aaron, would you like to?
Yeah, I think we kind of hashed this out when it came up, but essentially those items were a direct transfer of property from one municipality to another. That's a very specific thing municipalities are allowed to do, where if you were to say, if we were to surplus property to individuals, there's a whole different process that we would follow. So we needed to follow the proper process of, this is what they said they gave us. All right, let's make sure that's what they actually gave us. Let's inventory it so that when we do our audits and everything, Terry has an accountability of our assets, which is something that's the town has been behind the ball on my understanding for decades of not really having proper inventory of assets. So it was just a matter of, no, it wasn't anything other than, all right, Rapid City gave it to us. We needed to, as a town, receive it in order to make sure there was no confusion as to who was actually receiving the property. There wasn't anything beyond that.
Okay, so back to what you just said. I know it's never gonna happen, but since now you got an inventory, if things were different, would he be able to keep them on his property if he was hanging them up?
What do you want?
I don't know, I think that's probably something that we should talk about when we get to that point, but it's maybe a question that we should consider at some point. Um, but I mean, it's right
I'm just
now,
wondering, I'm just,
yeah, no, it's,
just wondering.
that's an interesting question.
Mhm.
So, I guess we're here at 8 o'clock. We did get through that item in 10 minutes, so let's take like a 10-minute recess and then we'll come back and continue on.
I am.
I just wanted to tell you, we're not even halfway through the agenda. We're taking a 10-minute break, so. How are things going? Did I wake you? Did I wake you up?
Kind of down your hill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're, that's your. Okay. I hope you enjoyed it. That's all I'm gonna say. All right, love you, honey. Bye.
Stay focused.
Don't be on.
He's glad it's not a thing.
Right now.
So this one support us. I mean, as far as that. This doesn't, if it doesn't take 10 counts where it goes, we're pretty much guaranteed. So it's pretty spread out. It's gonna cover it. They got, I mean, we had 6-9 water for that reason. We get expensive going with them, but anything else, they're not gonna pan out. So. I think.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, well, as far as I understand, the maintenance of the whole thing is on the developer. Like, it's a private company. Oh, yeah, no, that's, I've already started working through, like, rough draft, like a consultant training. So train our new guy, get paid to do that. And fantastic. If we were to call in, every time, $3,000, and he just gets in it and drives down the road for 50.
I think that's sure.
Yeah. And now.
I'll prepare the bid, I didn't find it. And then that way, if you need to go.
We always go to Custer, the Long Folks for Christmas. And then normally we have Christmas with my family, but my daughter and her family have tickets for the Minnesota Detroit Lions game on Christmas in Minnesota. So yeah, they'll be gone. So I'm sure it'll just be, I don't know, if maybe my granddaughter, I don't know if they're gonna spend it with us yet or with his side of the family, but we'll be with my sister and just relax. It'll be very nice, actually. And you? Don't know if he's coming or not. Yeah, it is. It is. It's like, you know, we're supposed to, he said he would take my ex-sister to Colorado the day after Christmas. When I talked to her yesterday, she said she didn't think she would want to go. Does what? I mean, he does. Never gets out of the house. I mean, it's just terrible. She would have such a good time if she would go. But I don't think we can, I'm. Oh, I'm fine. Oh, I don't even know lunch or something, some gathering. Or was it?
Yeah, I can be half as good as you.
What they look like when you do that.
Well, we have to meet.
That's what we spoke.
You know, I keep rubbing it, you know.
I think it's in those.
No, even some of the.
Those that have. So if I know space
So, the traps were dry. But we just had those.
I'll tell you what.
Right, well.
I'll tell you what though, these damn things were. One bottom for me, Christmas, copper rings, and so sure. I should. And that's what I told him, I said, you only got two. Come on. So I am gonna order some more, but it amazes me, they're cheap, and I hate they get wet, so I take them off, you know, and I'm like, and then I forget to put them on, all of a sudden I'll be hurting and think, yeah, and I can sleep with them. Copper, magnetic, good for arthritis. It really helps. It helps me, John. It would. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. What did anybody say about a Christmas party? You talk to anybody?
No, well, we had something last week.
Yeah, which the three of us talked about.
I forgot to do that. No, he said, what the other thing? Have Christmas party down. My wife being rules are.
Well, I was about to fire the man, so it didn't.
Yeah,
roll.
because you
Yeah,
asked.
nobody else, because I had asked.
I mentioned it to you.
I don't think anything was that, said we're gonna do that.
Special deal.
And I think we could still. Yeah. Well, that's what, that's the day when we can all.
Well, I've not used my brain this long in a long time, you know.
Oh. No, I still.
Yeah.
I mean. Yeah. Are you still?
Yeah.
Let me have this one thing.
What? Excuse me, I had to pick up what I dropped. Yeah, buddy. Here,
So I'll have a couple cookies. Yeah, good. All right. So we just finished our 10-minute recess, so let's continue on. So now we have the contract work presentation.
So there's something else.
Yeah, it's just a quick 3-slide deal.
Here's a mouse, if you want it.
So was able to get the paperwork from Dan regarding this volunteer work that so there's a motion in the packet that is in there.
New business?
On 8E, so it says page 25 in the packet. And so we made a motion on that one. How do I get the mouse up there? It's not.
I think, there you are.
Is it up there now?
Here.
No, you're.
Okay, so we made a motion on October 24th to reimburse Dan for $27.50 for machine time and fuel for volunteer work to maintain the streets. And it was needed because there was a lot of lagoon and sewer work that was needed. And so the streets were kind of playing second fiddle. So we had a lot of stuff that needed done, so he wanted to volunteer. And so that was the gist of the motion there. And so you see here, it's the time period that I have the paperwork for. So the other thing is that Dan also kept track of what he did during that time. And so I took the numbers that he provided here, and I only included grading, filling potholes, edging, brooming, and entrance or smoothing the entrances off of the highway. Little typo there. And it does not include pushing down dumpsters and things like that. So if we wanted to include pushing down dumpsters in a future streets budget, then then these numbers would not apply, they'd be higher. But so basically what I found was the minimum hours required to do what he did was about, 73 hours, give or take. And this is the minimum amount. I don't know that we have, I think they're pretty accurate, but I think they're a little low too, as far as the hours go. And so the rate that he would give the town if he did the work for the town was $125 an hour. And so what we agreed to reimburse him for was the $27.50. So we have a minimum savings just for that of the $6,300 essentially. And I mean, it's kind of just to put a bow on the situation. And it looks like we have a different street crew going on right now. But this is essentially kind of capturing what he did during that time period. And so I just wanted to I kind of heard some scuttlebutt of, maybe, I don't know, people say things sometimes. And so I just wanted to kind of get ahead of that and just show that, this is essentially was the situation. So, I mean, we already approved the motion to pay him the $27.50 for that. So I don't see why we couldn't just do that on the next claims. And then we can just go along from there. Linda?
Is the work done already?
Yeah. This was work that was done between October 2024 and August 2025.
Well, I would suggest if we haven't paid him, we better pay him.
Right. And I think the thing is we're waiting for maybe an invoice or something like that, but I don't know that that's necessary because we already we already pledged that money for that. So Donna, did you have a?
Well, my question or comment is, he has always made the comment that, the other individual has never turned his paperwork in, so he shouldn't get paid after a certain length of time. Well, this went on quite a while, and we have asked and asked and asked for the paperwork. Why is it taking so long to get this? So the time frame is unreal. So that's my comment.
Okay. Jerry?
A little bit onto that comment. The 2750 is what you're gonna pay him for what he did. By what you calculated, you can definitely see that he did more work than that. So that more work was definitely donated time. There's no look at that.
Yeah.
But I think in the future, if we need to do a contract, something like this, we need to have completion dates. We need to have performance inspections. And the bill needs to be submitted within 30 days of completion of the work like is required for other contractors. This has gone, it's gone through 3 budget periods. The 24 budget, 25 budget, now it's gonna be paid in the 26 budget. But, just the whole community needs to say thank you because he did more, than what he proposed, what he said he was gonna do. The town can't pay him more because he didn't come back and ask for more. You can't do something and expect to get paid for it after the fact.
Yeah.
I think we definitely owe him the 2750.
Yeah, and I don't, it's with my understanding of the situation that I don't believe he was planning on doing anything like that, doing more and asking for more later.
No, I'm not saying that either. I'm
Right.
just saying that
and-
proves he donated time.
Sure, yeah, and I just wanted to just lay out the numbers that we received from him and just, so we see the other thing too is it also kind of gives us at least a quantification of, well, what does it take to maintain the streets? Right, so we do have a little snapshot of that, so we do have an item coming up for RFPs for street maintenance, so we'll at least have, as a town board, we'll have kind of a starting point on that. So anyways, Dan, did you have a final comment on that?
Yeah, and just a comment to trustee Ferguson there, as far as the work that I've done and what I went above and beyond and why. With the motion being there, that was the agreement, and that was what we were going to pay. And as far as me collecting that, and as far as what you've seen in my logs, on how much I pushed the dumpsters down was over $6,000 if I was gonna charge what Mr. Ferguson charged. What I did in the streets was over 17 grand. If I was to charge what I charge at the town rate, my rates are normally double that and what I do in contracting in Rapid City through my business. So for the comment is very unfair for what I volunteered to, not to mention, as Trustee Kramer had mentioned with the broom that time when I broomed everything, planning for the tax sale and destroyed a whole broom bristles on my broom. This will barely cover where I'm at for what that situation is gonna be, and I'm not asking for more, never did ask for more, because I did it for the community, I did it for the cooperation, and would still do the volunteering work, so that's where it's at, and I thank you.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Dan, and thanks for the volunteer work, and also thank the other volunteers too, for the work that they do. Linda, did you have a final comment on this one?
Well, my comment is that, can we add this to the claims this month? I mean, it was already approved. It was approved. It was approved already. So why can't we get this situation done and taken care of in this year and get it added to the claims now and be done with it?
Okay, so when we get there, we'll
add
motion to add. Is that okay, Terry?
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Linda.
Mhm.
Okay, very good. So let's move along to Public Works F, approve directing town planner to prepare RFPs for contract operations, general facilities maintenance, street maintenance, and snow removal. So, I guess I'll just make a motion to approve. And we can use that as a discussion vehicle, and if the board so chooses to approve the motion, so I'll make that motion.
I'll second for discussion.
Second. Okay, and this, so we discussed this a little bit earlier during the Public Works contract section of the meeting. Um, You know, I do think having the RFPs is necessary. Just if nothing else, we need to understand what it would cost on average to hire somebody to do this work, and it'll give us, a clearer vision on the decisions that we have to make going forward.
Mhm.
Do we have any idea what the charge for doing this is gonna be?
I believe Anthony is right there. I think, are we gonna do this under the on-call for the RFPs, Anthony? For town planner, is that what we had talked about?
So,
Does this need to be a separate line item?
so the actual creation of an RFP and, getting it ready for publication and all that, yeah, Neil can do that. He did that at Mitchell, but he usually got fed by town engineer or whoever with the information that he put out and publish. So, like, I've never really got into our town's road maintenance at all, even though I'm an engineer. But the way we did it back home is we did a Payzar rating system. So we evaluated the road's condition from a 1 to 10. And, some of the things that Payzar rating does is it evaluates the crown, the road center height for drainage, which is the crown, drainage, ditches, culverts, surface issues like dust, washboarding, ruts and potholes. 10 is excellent, 1 is failed, right? So 10 is a good level. And so we go through the town and we determine, if it's got no distress, dust control, big crown and drainage, and little maintenance, it's a 10. If it's severe washboarding and ruts over 3 inches, no crowns and ditching, lots of loose gravel, needs major work, it's a 1. And then everything else is somewhere in between. And that way you can go through and tell that person, if the contractor doing road maintenance, these are the things that are wrong with it, with these sections of road. And we usually put that in the Silversmith program, because you can color code the roads based on 1 through 10. And that's how you kind of give guidance. So, if we're gonna oversee if it's not just, you didn't just want to do an RFP to select someone, but it's contract administration, right? So that would be us making sure the person does the work after we properly explain what the work scope is. So if you're gonna direct us to do that, then that's how I would approach it.
Okay. Do you have a comment, Aaron? Then we'll go to the audience.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely long overdue, like way long overdue to have a very specific, drawn out, detailed list of what's going on with the streets. As far as town planner administrating, I mean, yeah, I'd like to definitely have a look at that and be involved in that process as much as possible. Getting that review done and seeing where the roads are at, definitely. But how long does that process take?
Payzar rating, it's visual inspection and photos, so it can be done pretty quickly. So what we would do is we would break up the street or break up the roads into segments so that you can put an asset ID number to them. They can also be broken up in Silversmith that way, so you can get color coded in a different segment. And so then you go through the streets, and a town like this, we used to be able to code. I think you can get it done in a couple of days, 5 days, not even, pretty quick. Because it's a pretty quick deal. And it's either bad or it's not, there's not a lot of in between, you know? Condition assessments. So yeah, having that as data that you can use then to say, well, we're gonna take care of the tens this year. It also helps the budget. Because, you know, a lot of the stuff that you're discussing in public works kind of is interesting because when we want to try to bring more money to the town, because we don't have enough money and nobody wants to pay more for the rates, but then we're going down a pathway of definitely paying more for rates. Because one guy isn't gonna do anything. He's gonna need a partner. I've never seen public works work with one guy. He doesn't go down in the hole by himself. He's gotta have a guy, a supervisor at the surface. So, I mean, there's a lot to that and it costs. But, you know, roads is the same way. It's a limited budget. So you're gonna wanna do, you wanna spend your time on the prioritization. And that way you can do the worst stuff and you can also track it, because if that stuff's always coming back to the top, then there might be a deeper issue there, right? I mean, there's a drainage issue there, or there's a soils issue, right? And so then maybe a total reconstruct of that segment of the road is cheaper than fixing it every year for 5 years, you know? Where you put down a fiber mat, you would have some actual bridging for bad soils.
Okay, Dan and then Chuck.
And I'd be happy to help Anthony on that description, because I can give you 20 years of how every road was constructed, what the base of that road is, why it doesn't have a pound, where the drainages went, why the drainages are, and I can't express enough why the roads are the way they are and designed the way they are, and because we need a drainage plan. We need a major drainage plan to be able to put a true crown on these roads. You put a crown on some of the roads and think that you're gonna fix it, it's going to put water in places that you're going to create problems for homeowners. And that's why we have diverted all of that and avoided all of that in the years that we've been doing it. So
Yeah.
I can give you history on every road in this town because I've done the work on every one.
Right, and I mean, I personally don't see why we shouldn't collect as much information from everybody involved and feed that to Anthony, and then we can make his determinations that way.
There's one catch, and probably maybe Scott could correct me if I'm wrong on this, but if we have somebody involved in the process of setting up an RFP, then that becomes a conflict if they're coming back and quoting the work associated. So like if somebody helps us develop the RFP, they can't really, that could be a conflict if they're then submitting bids for that RFP, isn't that?
Yeah, I agree. You shouldn't be.
You can't, so essentially if Dan wants to help Anthony set up the RFP, he would not be able to bid on the work.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I mean, we're not to that point yet
Yeah.
anyways, so, I mean, that may be something to keep in mind too, as we go forwards, but.
And I do think there's a distinction maybe there. I mean, it's a fine one between if Dan's just volunteering information as they're doing their process,
Right.
but he's not actually creating the
RFP, right.
then I don't know that he's, you know, I don't know if that's a conflict or not, I guess. I certainly, I mean, he could, you know, slide him a 50 under the table while doing it. That'd be a conflict, but I don't think that's, you know.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of getting off topic here.
Sure.
We're kind of getting off topic because we're really just discussing whether or not we want the town planner to create the RFPs for us on these topics. So, you know, maybe some overview of a topic or two is sufficient, but I don't think that we need to delve into too much detail on any one, at least at this point. So Chuck, did you have something to?
Well, I just, you know, if you got a certain street that's got 4 or 5 potholes, generate a work order and say this is what needs to be done to this portion, and you've got a paper trail.
Yep. Okay, so do we have any other discussion on the motion on the floor? Kathy?
I think Linda had asked what it was gonna cost to
Yeah.
do everything. And I
To-
mean, we
to-
heard some
to build it.
information. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Rate RFPs.
yeah. So
Mhm.
So
if we could get a ballpark figure on what it was gonna be, that would be good. I don't know.
Does that include the condition assessments? Does it feed that? Or-
yeah, anything that would be needed to generate the RFPs for these.
Yeah,
Everything that you have listed.
yeah, I mean, snow removal is straightforward. I mean, that's, I'm gonna look at a couple of examples in other towns and done requesting it, it's gonna lay out, maybe there'll be a map included, and the layout with streets gotta get done when, I think there's a verbal description in the contract that I wrote with Summit for Chuck. So that one, you know, maybe that's 4 hours or 5 hours for the town planner and put that together. With the maps and stuff. What was the other one?
So we have,
General facilities maintenance, the same thing. That's just some pictures of the facilities, so people that are unaware, you know what they're required to do. I kind of felt like the general facilities and the groundskeeping were one thing. So like cutting grass and, well, you know, weed whipping and all that, it's kind of the same thing, because that person's then gonna see if there's a break in the fence or there's something going on with one of our buildings. And then they're not gonna be able to fix it, they'll be able to bring it to the attention, my attention, and then I'd be able to say, okay, we need to get a contractor in here to do this or that, you know, so I'll lose the building. But, so that's another one that's, you know, 4 or 5 hour deal, because we gotta give them maps and tell them where they're gonna be doing this work and, you know, some specs, you know. The roads, like I said, we need more data. There's the historical data from Dan that's very valuable. Because we wouldn't want them making a problem, now a bigger problem, or creating a problem that didn't exist before, because they don't understand the way the roads work now, so that's gonna take a little bit more to put together.
do we?
That one I'll need a little time to put together.
Okay, yeah, sorry to interrupt. Do we still have any on-call budget for the town planner remaining on this budget cycle?
Yeah.
We do, so are we just gonna be able to operate under the remainder on that?
Yeah, I mean, you can burn up your time that's, you know, T&M for the planner. He does get the first blunt of any request for permitting. Like, it's the stuff that kind of doesn't get reimbursed like the building official does. Building official, you know, you're paying a certain % whatever it is, so 70 some cents per square foot or whatever. So there's something that comes into the town as revenue that helps the town reimburse the building official, but the planner, they're looking at, is it meet the ordinance, is it, you know, zoned right, is it the conditional land use, and those things, the fee doesn't cover his time to do that, so that's why we have this on-call. We've had it since, that's our first contract, that Jerry wrote, was the office support contract. It's something that's like a staple. And so that'd be the one that you're asking to dip into, and I'm happy, whatever you guys want to do with it, that's what it's there for. But like I said, I would say probably that makes sense for the simple ones, that we can just boom, you know, do them with some maps and get them out. But for something like roads, where there's more nuance to it, I think I need to have some time to kind of present to you, if that's something I'm helping support. Present to you my proposal for how to tackle that.
Okay. So to clarify, for the general facilities / mowing and the snow removal, we can do those under that on-call and it shouldn't take that much time.
10-hour review.
Okay, and that's not likely to impact us going forward before that gets renewed.
Yeah, it doesn't, its anniversary is next October. I think you just did it on September.
Oh, I see.
So that's why I got all.
But for the streets, which is more involved, then you'll generate a RFP for us if we approve this motion that will outlay or that will demonstrate to the town board, the cost of you preparing that is separate.
Yeah, that one's a unique one.
Okay. Aaron, did you have a comment or question?
Yeah, no, I think he kind of rounded it out, yeah, so. The streets wouldn't, there's more, a longer process to getting set up to do the RFP for the streets.
Okay, so, do we have any further discussion on this one? I don't see any, so, all those in favor of approving directing the town planner to prepare RFPs for contract operations, general facilities, maintenance, street maintenance, and snow removal. And then, that's with the understanding that we'll receive a RFP from ATAC to prepare the RFP for the streets.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think I said that right.
Estimated time, and then you can determine you want to pull that from that ongoing budget or you want to just make a.
Right.
Okay. All right. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion carries. Very good. So, moving on to item 8G, approve new hire of Laura Eichhoff as meter reader at wage of $16.50 an hour with a 3-month probationary period and successful background check. So
I will make that.
Aaron makes a motion.
I will second that motion.
Okay, so it sounds like y'all are chomping at the bit on this one.
Yeah, I'm happy, yes.
Would you like to fill us in?
Well, I missed the interviews because I was sick, but I was told that it went well and that she was told the position was hers if she wanted it, if we'd have to vote on it, but she's willing to do so and willing to work this weekend already for training. And it depends on the person, it depends on the weather, and depends on everything, how much training she'll need, but I would say at least 2 months, and then maybe some phone calls and a few stops beyond that, but I'm very happy and anxious to train.
Now you're gonna go to Tahiti, huh?
I've always wanted to. Yeah, and I won't be able to afford to now. I don't have a job.
Laura's kind of a unique candidate. She has her own business, and so this was something, she wanted something to get her to where she can do some work outside, because her business is very indoor work, and she's like, I want something that I can do outside, so. Very, very good, and she's got very flexible schedule, so. Yeah, it worked out good.
Okay, very good. Any comments or questions from the audience? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, on to, report president to get bid, quotes to repair or replace booster pumps. So, we do,
Where did you see it, what now?
so that was something that was added,
Added.
at the beginning. And I do have a question. I know I talked to you about doing this, Chuck, and I do have a question. So I talked to Chuck and another contractor, just to kind of see if there was somebody else that could do it. But then I talked to Chuck to see, if he'd be able to do it too. But one thing I forgot to ask was, do you have your residential plumber's license?
Not under the description that I can work on meters, just can't install new. I mean, if it requires running new pipe from here over to there, well, then that sort of falls under the class A. Other than that, for repairing meters and that type of stuff, it falls within the licensing that I have.
Okay, I mean, so this one in particular is for the booster pumps, which are installed inside the houses on the inside of the meter. So I think in order to maintain compliance, we'll have to hire a residential plumber. Is that true?
Maybe.
Okay. All right, that's just the thing I wanted to kind of figure out, and then if we needed to, approve me to go get the quotes to get those repairs done. So,
I'll make that motion
Aaron
to
makes the
approve the
motion.
board president to pursue quotes for repair or replacement of booster pumps.
yeah, the residential booster pumps, yeah. Okay, I guess I'll second it. So is there any further discussion on that one, Dan?
How does that then affect the ones that have all been put in there by Ferguson Construction and are failing and the liability?
Mr. James, did you have an answer?
So yeah, I mean, I looked at this, over the last few weeks, this issue came up. And, this issue was presented to the town's insurance provider, and their position is we don't have any liability for it, right? Because the issue is about causation, what caused these pumps to fail, and the general consensus here is there's no information other than this was a product defect, right? These products were defective that were made. So the fault lies with the person who made the pumps, Grunfeld. So they're the people who are liable for their faulty product. So the town's not liable for making a faulty product. The town had no knowledge that the product was going to be faulty when they put it in. And so these homeowners, I mean, legally speaking, if they have a remedy, it's with those folks. And there was a recall of some of these units by Grunfeld. They did a recall that was going to replace those units. And I never could get a good answer about whether Greenpost also, as part of that recall, would do anything beyond just replacing the pump. If there were, leakage or whatever, they were gonna cover. I never got a good answer about that. But individual homeowners can certainly follow up and figure that out. It was limited to certain production models of the pump. So it's gotta be in a certain batch, if it's gonna be made in this year, this batch number. Talking with Chuck here a little bit, I think we determined maybe a couple of those pumps might have been in those batches that were recalled. But as far as, we don't have any information that the town's installation of the pumps was faulty. And the fact that it doesn't seem likely that it would be the town's installation to be faulty because it happened in so many different places. I mean, unless you just had, one really bad installer, right? You didn't know what they were doing. But, so I don't, in my view, again, I don't think we're liable. The insurance company's not gonna, if we're sued, our insurer will defend the suit. They're obligated to. I don't think we're gonna be sued, but, that would be what would happen. So in my view, it's purely a policy, directive of the board. They want to, replace these pumps because it's a good policy because of I understand these were initially done because of the difference in the, water levels and, when they had to, they couldn't provide what they needed to at those higher altitudes or whatever. If they want to do that, that was a goodness of their heart because it was a good public policy, directive, then I think they can do that. But I'm not concerned about the liability at this point. I don't have any information that we're liable for this.
That's good, because my worry was if the homeowner comes back on them because of the recall.
Right.
And Rumsfeld comes back and says, well, what licensed plumber put them in and where they put in our specs by that licensed plumber? Well, then does that shed that liability back onto the town because it wasn't put in by a licensed plumber?
Yeah,
That's
so
where the worry was.
So sometimes like not having a license plumber would void a warranty coverage. So I don't know that this recall was specifically about it. It wasn't a warrant, it was a recall of the faulty, it's a product liability question, not a warranty question. So it's not that Grunfeld was saying, hey, we warranty these parts and so we're gonna cover you under this product is faulty. We caused it, we're gonna recall it. So again, our insurer was very confident they were not gonna, determine we were liable. And if that's wrong determination, then they're the ones who are gonna be defending us.
Are they going to pay for the licensed plumber then and the parts?
So I think we're kind of getting back to a conversation that we had previously where when this whole thing kind of came about, I know Linda and I had talked extensively about this on to what degree is the town liable? To what degree should we admit liability by doing this work? But Mr. James has made the point that if the town knows that there's an issue, then, and we were obligated to put them in because we have an obligation for water pressure, right? And since we weren't able to meet that obligation with the central pump when they were removed, then, we're kind of in the area where, at the very least, I think we need to make sure those pumps are working. And then we can move on from there. But if there is an issue with the pumps that we installed, then we need to take care of it as far as I know. And that if we, in the future, want to shift the ownership and liability to the homeowner, maybe we can do that. I don't know if that's something that we'd be allowed to do. Because it may be considered to be part of the utility, but I mean, those are kind of side issues, I think. But in my view, we should get the ones that are leaking, get them fixed, and the leaks fixed at the very least, and then I guess we'll have to see where we go from there.
No, I think you summarized basically all the thoughts I had.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Good.
All right. Yeah, I know I've spent a lot of time discussing this with others and thinking about it and things like that. And I mean, I do regret that it took us this long to kind of come to this decision. But hopefully we can move forward with the ones that do have issues quickly and that we can get this resolved. So, Dan, did you have one last comment?
Yeah, and that was something too where I had always brought up that 2-inch booster took care of that problem. And I know Anthony had looked at the boosters so that a person could eliminate that whole circumstance over there by boosting it and not have to worry about them. So,
Yeah, and in my view, this is essentially just a stopgap solution that eventually I would like to see the towns go to centralized boosters again that can mitigate some of the issues that we had when we had to get away from them initially. So, yeah, I mean,
So,
did you have a comment on that, Anthony?
yeah, so there's a booster station, up on Tower Hill. Those boosters aren't sized sufficiently to be a centralized booster, but all the rest of the infrastructure is there. The pipe work will be upsized within the drinking water loan that we're doing next year. So contractor will dig up the pipes, because what happens is they reduce down to, I believe it's 2-inch, and it goes into the booster. Well, that's not gonna work if we need a booster size big enough to centrally boost the areas. What it is you don't ever want to build around right next to the water tank. Some people think, oh, the water tank, I'm right next to it, it's great. That's the worst place to be, because now you only have the head of the tank as you create the pressure. Versus when you get farther away, like Ferguson, for example, Ferguson subdivision has the highest pressures in town. And so what happens is, and that's why I mention it, we centrally boost so that those people have, 45 PSI pressure all around the tank. When we get down to Ferguson, so we're blowing up people's fixtures. So we'll need to put pressure reducers, as we cross the railroad tracks. So the people that are on the east side of the railroad tracks don't have too great a pressure. And so, but the state would not let me buy boosters and control panels within that SRF loan, because however it was written in 2022, that was not an eligible item. But I can fix the plumbing. And they'll even let me hard pipe right through it with a spool piece, so that I can pull the spool piece out and put pumps in. But we need to create a budget for that, and then we can do it. And then those boosters in those houses are in this.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that. And also to just clarify again that these are only for the individual boosters in houses, and looking at getting quotes from licensed plumbers to get those leaking ones fixed. So, do we have any other further discussion on this one? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, thank you. So moving on, the marshal is still in training. Did you have an update on the marshal report?
Yeah, he's seems to be enjoying class. He's making a lot of connections all over the state, working a lot with DCI directly. He mentioned something about a possible extension to his class that could give him some kind of federal level investigative abilities that he could end up giving us access to some kind of Trump grant or thing. Yeah, he's making a lot of friends. Yeah, seems to enjoy himself. They should be moving here. Like,
I thought they
within a
did
week.
move here.
I don't think they made it in this weekend.
So I talked to him yesterday. He'll be in class this week and then he gets 2 weeks off for the holidays. I'm assuming that's when, and they did close on their house last Friday, so I'm assuming that's when they'll move. He will be around for a couple weeks.
Nice. Okay, very good. So moving along to legal, response to open meeting complaint. So that is in the packet on item A, on page 33. It's only halfway through the packet. So, would you like to present that for us, Mr. James?
Sure, thank you, Chair. So, again, I received this complaint from the Attorney General's office here a couple weeks ago, and they did give me a deadline of responding to them of the 19th. So that's why I had to have it addressed at this meeting. And so obviously I wasn't your attorney at that time, and I didn't attend that meeting, didn't know everything that happened. So I did, all I could really do was what anybody can do, which was go back on the video and just watch. So I watched that meeting as best I could. And I tried to summarize it here in this letter, but this is just a draft, because again, I don't, the video to me appears to start a little after you guys started. So I don't know what was said or what happened before that. So if there's important context there that I don't know, I want to put it in, I want to include it if it's important. But I don't know it, so I don't have it in here right now. But I did describe, basically, again, the allegation and the complaint was that the meeting, basically complains that the meeting started early, and that the advertisement of the meeting was supposed to be 6 o'clock, and that the board convened the meeting at about, again, the video starts about 5:17, same day. And again, the stuff is discussed kind of in a very freewheeling manner, but I put in my letter at the end, I didn't hear any votes taken. I didn't hear any action really taken. It was just sort of a discussion. And so then about 6:02, Trustee Kramer, who was then the president, then just says it's time to begin the special meeting. And she goes in, gets the pledge, something like that. And I think that somebody asked if it was recording the whole time, and they say, you guys say, yeah, it was, or they caught something he was doing or something. I don't know what it was. There's some kind of joke made. But anyway, so again, I don't think, I don't, my goal here is to try to present this in the best way possible, that I'm trying to, I don't know, I have the mind of a defense attorney, so I'm trying to think, let's do the least damage possible to the town. Let's put this in the best light I can. And, as open meetings things go, I don't think this is the most egregious thing I've ever heard of. I've heard of lots of other things that are, a lot more shocking, or, we held meetings without, anybody knowing about it and that kind of thing. This is just, we started the meeting early, we shouldn't have started it early, but nothing really happened. And again, as I put in out of my letter too, it's not like it was being concealed from the public, because the whole thing was on video and published to the public. So it's not like there was some goal to, conceal the meeting. It just was kind of a snafu that was not following the rules. So, as part of my review, they also, the letter from the Attorney General asked me the question, did you guys do the open meetings brochure review that's required by statute, And so they asked me that question. Of course, I didn't know, but I asked Terry, and she gave me the minutes of the meeting that was done by your former attorney. So I went back and watched that meeting. And again, I'm trying to be as tactful as I can here. But the review, is not the review I probably would have done. It's just, it was very cursory. It was just, it was about 8 minutes long on the video. And mainly it was all focused on one topic. So there's a lot of topics in the open meetings rules, to kind of understand. And really just about one topic, which the topic was the one that comes up quite a bit here,
is, hey, what if somebody wants to add an agenda item and, wasn't on the original agenda and it's less than 24 hours, can you do that? That was kind of the question. That was a conversation happened about 6 or 7 minutes long, during that, July 8th meeting. And questions come up to me a couple times in these meetings too. You guys have kind of posed that question to me a couple times, and I wanted to make sure I had the totally right answer on this, and so I did sort of a deep dive into this, and I think that's the wrong answer that we got in that meeting. And the reason I said it's the wrong answer is because, again, there's a very definite opinion from the Open Meetings Commission that I attached here, from 2020 against the Yankton County Commission. And basically what they say is the rule is that as long as your proposed agenda is given at least 24 hours in advance, you are allowed to add items, and you're actually allowed to vote on items. And the commission was, the complaint against the Yankton County Commission was, you guys voted on an item you shouldn't have voted on. And the commission said, it's allowed, so no big deal. Now, I think part of good governance is you should try to do that as little as you can, right? You should try to avoid that if you can. It's not a good practice to be adding stuff if you can help it. But if you actually need to, it's not against the open meetings rules anyway not to do it. It's probably not the best governance if you can avoid it. But anyway, that's the law. So, but the law is not equivalent with morale. With governance. So you can do better than the law too. But anyway, so I point that out in my letter, what the nature of that review was. And then I think at the end of the review, he just sort of, or into that topic, he just says, oh, the rest is just self-explanatory. I was like, well, if it's self-explanatory, you don't need a review. You just hand out the brochure and it's self-explanatory. Why do you even need a review? So what I've tried to do here is to say, hey, maybe in mitigation, I can offer to do a more comprehensive review of the open meetings laws, to go over them a little more in depth, and kind of all the topics and kind of pitfalls you can run into. And maybe that'll help. That's kind of what my approach is to this. And so I don't know if this is in their power to issue an informal censure, but I'm asking for that. I'm asking, hey, can you give us an informal reprimand and then just be required to do training? That's kind of what I'm asking. So that's my approach. Don't know if it'll work, but we're going to try and see. I don't know that. Again, they don't have a power to really do anything. There's, they can't arrest anybody in this commission, right? They can't fine us. All they can really do is issue a public censure. So that's the power of that board is issue public censure. Which they can make really mean and public or whatever. They can make it a little less mean, whatever they want to do. Now it could have been something the state's attorney prosecuted them. But because it went to the commission, the statute actually says that now it cannot be prosecuted. Once it goes to the commission, it's a sort of a special rule that it cannot be prosecuted once it goes to because she reported to the Open Meetings Commission herself, so that it now cannot be prosecuted. So that's what they can do. But anyway, so that's my draft of that. But again, I don't know. You guys may have important context that I don't know, so that's why I'm.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, that we showed up early thinking that it was at 5, but it was actually at 6, and that we kind of called an informal work session before the special meeting started. So that's why you heard Linda announce that we're going to start the special meeting now at 6. That's kind of what I remember. Aaron, did you?
Yeah, so like I can kind of give you a little context on the video started at 5:17 because I wasn't planning on coming until 6, but then it was kind of like, oh, well, we get this started, so then I come in. But I think that the only thing we may have discussed before that time was scheduling special meetings or work sessions. I think we may have had like 2 or 3 minutes where we said, oh, when's good days for us to have work sessions?
Yeah.
Which is very, very arbitrary stuff we do. There was nothing of major significance that I remember in that work session either.
But keep in mind though that the rule is that just if the majority of the board's meeting, you cannot discuss public policy. Even if it's insignificant public policy, even if it's silly public policy, it's still I think it is helpful context to say, and I guess maybe I want to know a little bit more about this, that some members of the board at least maybe were confused about the timing, the time of the meeting. That I think that's helpful to add to the letter. So can you tell me anything more about that?
I think normally we were 6 o'clock at that time.
Well, yeah, and for some reason we moved it up.
No, we had been having some work sessions prior to our meetings.
Right.
Like for a few of them before that, but then that meeting, I didn't schedule a work session because I didn't have any topic, but I think people just thought on the board that there was a work session at 5 and the meeting was at 6.
Yeah, because we called Aaron and he came. I remember that.
Yeah, kind of the way I remember it was I think I thought the meeting was at 5, so I came here expecting the meeting to start at 5, but it didn't, and I think other board members did at the same time. And since we were here, we're like, well, let's just do a work session before the special meeting to at least get something done, but apparently that was properly, so. Kathy, did you have a?
One thing that was a little strange was that there was one citizen that was here. Nobody else was here. Which is a little, well, how did that person know to come?
Yeah, it may have been the discussion to schedule that was not very clear on what the end result was. Maybe that person picked up on that too. I know that I came early because I thought that it was at a different time.
There was,
So did I.
definitely clearly some confusion on,
Yeah,
because I was not here when other people were here.
See, when you got your,
Like that, basically, if the video started at 5:17, it's probably because I got here at 5:15.
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. But the one, so should we go ahead and schedule or direct Scott to schedule or set up a more formal review, like a more,
Well, we could just do it
Comprehensive.
at the first meeting in January.
yeah,
Or just do that.
January, so.
I mean, do you need to prepare for that or?
Yeah, I mean, I would probably like to develop a little PowerPoint or something, make it a little more entertaining.
Would you like to wait until the second meeting in January then?
So, yeah.
Maybe February.
That would be the 20th is the second in January, I think.
Sorry.
But it does sound like the state's attorney kind of
I
helped
think
us a little
it'd
bit
be
by
helpful.
kicking it over to the commission. She did us a bit of a favor there.
And to be, I mean, to be comprehensive about this, I mean, there were, I think, 3 complaints sent to Tracy Kelly. And so then she only found that 2 of them, like, actually met the criteria. So then she forwarded that one to the commission. So that was the way that happened.
Okay. Alrighty, so the second meeting in January,
Is it the 20th?
Mhm.
The open meeting. Sure.
yes, sir.
Just to add, Scott, as far as making sure everybody's clear on executives as well, I don't know how much more they've been, or you would like to dig into that to make sure we have a very clear picture on what is and isn't executive
So,
permissible.
so that's part of the open meetings, sort of literature. I mean, it's, I mean, the reason the executive meetings, you can violate, what you're violating is the open meetings law when you do it wrong. So that's certainly needs to be one of my topics, yes. Thank you.
Yeah. And whenever we get new board members or after elections, we should probably just do regular updates with that too.
Mhm.
We did a crusty handbook, like, here, welcome to the show.
Jerry, did you have a comment? And then we can move to the next one.
Yeah, I just like to,
This comment.
yeah. Go ahead.
Who's first?
Go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say, seeing as how we'll be getting a new board member on the 28th of January, should we just wait until that new board member is sitting here to also be present for that?
I don't think it would hurt.
Yeah, that's good.
I think it too, I mean, I'm not sure if the Attorney General is gonna accept my, proposal
Mhm.
between now and then. I mean, it may give them a little more time to decide that oh yeah, that sounds good to us. I think we should, it's probably not a bad idea to do it anyway, even if the Attorney General's office says, no, we're not gonna go with
Right.
that, but it's still, they may send us some communication saying, yeah, that's what we want to order you to do, whatever. So,
So should we schedule it for, then for the first meeting in February instead?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Cover all the birds with all the stones.
Mhm.
Jerry, did you have a quick comment or question?
it'll be pretty quick. First off, I just want to thank, the attorney, for preparing his in-depth review of all the things that he's done. I am confident that with the training and the oversight and the emphasis that he's already placed on certain items as far as open meeting stuff, there will be no more open meeting violations. So as a concerned citizen, I could support how he's taken the letter up and trying to minimize the adverse impact of the negativity that would bring to the town when things like that happen in the past. Excuse me, but I think I was talking. Okay, I'm sure that the board of trustees understand the importance of the open meeting violations. That's been some of the concerns in the past. I don't think it's going to be a concern in the future. I think going forward with the training and having kind of make sure that citizens can go to that too, because we need to also understand that the reason you can do this is because of this, or the reason you can't do that is because of this. So I just say, let's move forward with the training and leave the past in the past. You know, there's concerns about people, well, what about past violations? No, let's just leave the past in the past. And I just want to thank the town attorney for giving us the opportunity to just do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. James. So with that, let's move on to 10B, opinion on factory truck / service proposal insurance coverage.
So, yeah, this was a question, I think, the last meeting I attended about whether our insurance would cover trustee service, not acting as trustee and acting as proposal to help operate this truck. And so when I researched this, I had a little bit of adventure with Terry actually getting the policy language together because it was, she didn't have it. And, you know, I don't, I mean, people kept showing me what are called declarations pages for insurance policies, which tell you like, these are your limits. They don't tell you what the actual rules are. So I said, well, most insurance contracts are pretty long and boring, but that's why people like me to read them. So, so I said, well, I need the actual language, you know, that says what coverage we have and what's covered, what's not, et cetera. So, they eventually provided that. And so that's attached there. This memorandum of auto liability coverage. It's a little weird. They call everything an auto. So if you notice that, it's like they have a definition of auto, and so it includes like all kinds of stuff in auto, which again, I think that the under their definition, I think that the Vector truck fits that definition of auto. It does exclude road maintenance vehicles. So again, my understanding, this truck is not a road maintenance vehicle. It doesn't maintain roads. So I think it's not, doesn't fit that criteria. So, so I think it is covered here. And it also, I highlighted that language, including any attached machinery or equipment, right? Which is what this truck is specialized for, has that attached equipment, et cetera. And then, you know, covered party. So this was kind of the main question we came up at the last meeting, you know, was who was a covered party in this agreement? And you look at the D, I got to underline anyone else while using a covered auto with permission of the covered party. Right? So that would, in my view, that's where he would fall into this definition, acting outside of his responsibility as trustee. He would be someone else with permission of the board doing this. And then I just noted the exclusions, because those are always important to look at. They always find lots of creative ways to exclude you on insurance policies. I was entertained, and I added that on exclusion number 7. So you cannot take it to a demolition derby. It was wondering, like,
what incident prompted them to add that to this policy? Something at some point, some town took their town vehicle to the demo derby and filed a claim. But anyway, it's in our policy. You cannot take it to the demo derby. So I think it is covered, under our policy. It's, doesn't have his own insurance necessarily to operate it, as long as it's with our permission. So that's what I was able to find on that, so.
Okay, and do you think, or do you have a sense, or did you see anything that would indicate that we would need to expand our coverage if we were to do that?
It doesn't need to expand under the automotive part of the policy. Now, I do have a separate question about, okay, you can drive it around, but what about actually doing the jetting, right? And is that covered for that? And so that's a sort of a different question, but, I gotta probably pull, it's a little bit like pulling teeth to get this policy, so I'll have to pull some more teeth to get the next one. So, but they were nice. The people were nice. It just took us a few times.
Sure.
So, probably to get whatever would say, I think this is just gonna be one umbrella of our policy that covers a lot of other stuff. So yeah, probably grabbing that one would be good too, but I'm assuming it's gonna read a lot like this one.
Aaron and then Dan?
Yeah, so I imagine this other section would probably cover, setting me aside, anybody who's gonna operate as far as the actual jetting, all that. We want to know detailed, right, where we're covered, where we're not covered, for no matter whether it's an employee, contractor, whatever. So we can really be careful with just no matter who's involved in it, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and kind of what I was thinking while he was reading is that this is a good exercise. I mean, we own the truck. This is a good exercise on, if it's not you, if it's somebody else, we need to know this anyways. So, or no matter who uses it, which I think is what you said, then we'll understand kind of the ins and outs of the situation as far as coverage goes. So, Dan?
And I believe, from what I've learned, you have to be a licensed sewer operator to be able to operate that truck. And or have a licensed sewer operator with you if you're going to be an apprentice.
Okay, so we'll have to get those answered as well. Ryan, did you have a comment, question?
Going back to you talking to Chuck about being licensed, yes, if you're working on sewer and water, you're jetting the main, you're cleaning it, you're working on it, you have to be a licensed contractor. If he's an employee of the city, full paid employee of the city, then you don't, because you guys are assuming the responsibility. But him being a board member, but he can't be an employee of the city because he's in his own box, like you said in the last meeting. So he has to hold his own insurance, just like Chuck and I.
Okay.
I think I'll do a little more digging on this.
Okay, yeah, and thanks for all your input on that. I mean, we definitely want to make sure that we are going to proceed in the correct manner, no matter how we need to do that, so. Okay, is there any further questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, move on to 10C. So approval for board president to direct the town attorney to write opinions. And this is really just being able to ask Mr. James to do these types of things for us without having to wait for a meeting if we need to. And so that's my intent on this. If someone on the board would like to get an opinion from them, they'd let me know. I'll just let him know. So I guess I'll put the motion out there to approve, see if anyone wants to second that. Okay, motion fails for lack of second. Aaron?
I kind of think, so I guess the idea of not having to essentially wait for a meeting to be able to. So we're kind of getting into that territory that we kind of were beating the dead horse on not too long ago of like enumerated powers, like what can the president do that other? I, my curiosity would be, why would there be a distinction between the board president being able to contact the attorney for an opinion versus any board member being able to contact the attorney for an opinion? I don't really necessarily see a distinction there of any significant value.
It'll just be like a check and a balance. You can have more than one person doing it in that case. I mean, I'm not looking to, from my perspective, I'm not looking to just, entertain every whim that I would like to ask Mr. James about on the town's dime. There you go. I mean, to me, it's just, we don't have a procedure to do it in between meetings. This was one way that we could do that. So I was looking to answer that need if it's there, and if not, then we can move on. Gary?
I feel that, the requesting of a legal opinion on normal things that aren't emergencies can wait till a meeting. But I do feel that it's important that the board president, under emergency situations, and just like this letter that came in that had a deadline on the 19th, that, and another, before another meeting, I think under emergencies, that could be in there, but under normal circumstances, it's an opinion that can wait until the whole board decides, because what you are doing, you're obligating funds to be spent. And then the whole board should be doing that unless it's like an emergency. So I think a solution is just, instead of just saying, cut line, you can do it, just in an emergency, you can do it. And an emergency will spell itself out. And the attorney will say, come on, this is supposed to be an emergency, it's 8.
Sure.
So I think the check and balance is there. So, but I think there has to be the ability to do that. And also, I think you as the board president, after you review the agenda, I think it's important that you would have the authority after reviewing what's going to be on the agenda without having to go to a meeting and get permission to request the attorney to be there.
Yeah, we already passed that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. James?
I just wanted to say to the board that I would apologize because I think that I had a little confusion last time. They had a special meeting and I didn't make it because I was a little confused about, I was like, well, I'm not gonna, basically my assumption was I'm not gonna show up at a special unless you guys kind of invite me. And I don't, and so I did exchange some messages with the board president, but hey, we had a better system of, letting me know if you guys definitely want me there. Again, my assumption would be you want me in regular meetings unless you tell me don't bother. Or, if you show, if it's a special, then invite me. Otherwise, I mean, that, because I'm trying to be frugal with the town's funds, as best I can. It's just, if that works, let's keep doing it that way. You can invite me to the specials and I show up to the regulars unless you tell me otherwise. I do have one more update too when we're done with this topic.
Okay. Yeah. Unless anybody else has anything to add, I think we're done on this one.
Oh, okay. So I just wanted to update on a topic that was from a while back. I was asked to look into extraterritorial jurisdiction for with Pennington County for the north of the county line here. So I eventually got some answers from the one of the city attorneys, one of the civil attorneys, Pennington County State's Attorney's Office. And he told me that this has been explored in the past, maybe been a couple of years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, that this has been explored with Pennington County. And he said that was stalled at the time because one of the statutory requirements for them to do extraterritorial jurisdiction is that the town have a comprehensive plan in place and submitted and presented. And so I talked with the planner, Neil, about that. And Neil said he's working on that, I guess, so we'll get one. But at least at this time, the county can't move forward with the extraterritorial until that's in place. And so they're not willing to. I mean, they're happy to talk to me, but they're not going to set up any meetings until we have that part of the statute met.
So that's the issue, it's territorial right now.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Anthony?
So when he wasn't wrong when we did this, but the comprehensive plan was built with Pennington County's planners. So Neil worked with the planners in Pennington County, create our updated comprehensive plan so it's congruent with theirs, knowing that we were gonna do an extraterritorial jurisdiction agreement on the territory that was annexed from the Preston family. We requested that, that's one of the documents that we requested from Venice, it's complete. So he needed to hand it over because we paid in full. And then it'll probably just need a cursory review and then it can be published. So.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Aaron, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, just on the legal, we had a lot of discussion, a lot of different thoughts on like the enumerated, did we ever ask Scott to have a look at helping us get the ball rolling on the appropriate enumerated powers president kind of situation that we were kicking around there for a while?
I don't know that we did, but I thought it was a dead horse.
It is.
Hey, I'm okay with it. You know, I just thought now we have an attorney that's as a book, maybe we should have a second look at it, but yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of just trying to think ahead to situations that may be helpful. I mean, I don't necessarily want to do some of the things I was accused of at the initial outset of that whole thing.
Not gonna rename it Hermosa, not quite.
Not right now, but. Yeah, so anyways, are you heading out? Yep. Alrighty. Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, take care. Merry Christmas, man. Alrighty, so moving on to claims, review of bill and claims, and I believe Linda would like to add one more thing to claims.
Yep, I would like to add the amount of $2,750 for street maintenance that was approved at the October 1, 2024 meeting for Hallsworth, Dan Hallsworth. I'd like to add that to the claims for this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so is that the motion that you're making for?
That is along with the approval for the,
Okay.
this already stated claims.
And approve.
Yep.
Okay, I guess I will second that. You have any further discussion on that?
Question?
Deb?
Can you register the business, G.G. Holsworth? Not
Okay.
personal, Dan.
Personal van, okay.
Alright.
Thank you.
Okay.
So that brings the total, if I've got the total right, then it would be $20,702.49 for the total claims.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, on to economic development, nothing listed. Do you have anything you'd like to throw in there, Aaron?
Not yet, but 2026 is gonna be a good year.
Hope so, all right, sounds good. Okay, on to finance office.
We do have the monthly financials in there, the new format. Do you want to make sure?
Yeah, so we're experimenting with a new format of the financials, so they're easier to read. So if you all have any suggestions on those going forward, please let us know. we're looking at maybe adding some graphs and stuff in the future. So we kind of get a good format figured out for that.
I don't have anything for department updates. The next one, I guess we did do our interviews for the administrative assistant position and like to hire Briley Cameron.
Okay. I guess I'll make the motion.
I'll second that motion.
Just seconds. We need any further discussion on this one? I wasn't able to attend the interview I was hoping to, and then I realized it was too late, so apologize for that. Did you guys have any input that you'd like to share regarding that right now, or?
I think Aaron,
Yeah, me and Terry.
yeah, they did the last two, and I did the first one.
She's software capable, very, very website builder capable. Could help us 21st century this office.
Nice.
Hopefully make Terry's job easier.
Get our recordings back up on the site.
She would teach me a lot. She would teach me a lot about it.
Okay. Well, do we have any further comment or question? Linda?
When is her start date
She's gonna start on the 29th.
of this month?
Yeah, November 29th.
Right.
Okay, any other
Thank you.
comments?
Thank you, all of you, for doing that.
So I think it's all right here.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I just sat there nodding while Terry, Donna, pretty
Donna
much.
was in some-
Oh.
so-
I was on the first interview, but I didn't,
Yeah.
them two did the second one.
Well, thank you for all your time on both of the positions. You guys did many interviews, so there's a lot of work there. Okay, any further on this one? Nope. All those in favor?
Right.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, 13D, approved 2026 DOT meeting schedule.
I've got in the packet, probably kind of hard to see some black color, but basically the meetings are the first and third Tuesdays of the month, other than in June, because June 2nd will be an election day.
Mm.
So I moved that to the 9th and the 23rd. Otherwise, I think and then in November, the same thing, because we won't probably have an election, but that's the 10th and the 24th. Otherwise, they're the first and third.
I don't know, do you need a formal approval?
I don't know if you do or not.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay. We could put the- I mean,
It's, on April 8th, you have that outlined.
Probably where the cursor was.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't on purpose,
No.
okay. And we don't know yet when the equalization meeting is.
No, those will be
March.
yeah.
Okay.
Let me see. Towards the end of March.
Okay.
Mid to end of March, yep.
And also then the budget meetings are not on here. Okay.
And there aren't any work sessions or
Yeah.
fresh meetings, so. But I'll get everybody colors copies.
Yeah, thank you. Yep.
Um, there is a letter in there with somebody requested put in that was sent to the board. I do have a thank you from regarding the money we gave to Santa Village, so.
That's in there too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the intent for putting this letter, so this letter was an anonymous letter, one listed on item 13E. I think the idea was just for transparency to show that we did receive a letter. I'm not going to read the letter, but the topics involved are the local election and something about the candidates. It's not meant to endorse any person, from the board position or anything like that. I think it was just put in there for transparency. We received another letter earlier today that we didn't have a chance to put into the packet that may show up on the next packet. We can address some of the things in that letter. But again, there's going back to the enumerated powers that came up earlier. There's no one person that approves the packet or approves the agenda. That may be how it was done before, but it's not a reflection per se of board intent. It's just there for informational purposes. And so when we see the next letter at the next meeting in that packet, you'll see why I'm making some of these statements. But again, yeah, it's not meant to be an endorsement of any kind. I don't really think that most people would consider it that, but I think just for completeness that we should say that. Aaron?
Yeah, no, I think it was summarized correctly. I asked Terry to put it as in on the technical pack that it was a letter received by all of the board members. There's nothing in it indicating that it should have been kept confidential. I think information that's shared with all the board members should be shared with the public.
Okay, very good. Thanks for that explanation. So the holiday,
So on to the holiday schedule. So last year, Christmas and New Year's fell on a Wednesday, and you guys were generous enough to give us, for Christmas, you gave us 2 additional days. So the way we did that is when Jill was here, Jill took Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off. I took Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off. So we kept the office open. But now with just me, Christmas is on Thursday, the 25th. So and I'm willing to I prefer to be closed on Friday just because we're only open until noon on Friday, and I don't really, and I'd take vacation for it. I mean, I've got plenty of vacation I can use for that, so I don't expect you guys to. I didn't know about like Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve, and even like the first.
I close at
or
12
the
on
second.
Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve.
yeah. Yeah, I would say close at 12 on the 24th.
4th and 31st.
Do you want to be off that early on New Year's Eve? I mean, that's,
I mean, last year we did, and last year we closed at noon on New Year's Eve.
okay. I would make a motion that we close the office with pay at noon on Christmas Eve and be closed on the 26th also, not with pay. And then on New Year's Eve, I would propose the same. If you want to cut
Closed on Christmas or New Year's Day, and then what about the second?
the second, well, due to the fact that the meeting's on the 6th, you might need to be here to do the packet, but if she wants it off, I would say that I think that's just a worthless day. When you come in for one day after a holiday, to me, it's just
You want to be closed that day?
worthless.
I mean, I guess since we're only open till noon.
Mhm.
Like
What, on the 2nd?
on the 2nd as well.
But without pay.
I'd take vacation for that.
Because you're only here until noon
Yeah.
anyway, so. I mean, it's hard to go back to work after a holiday.
Scott only couldn't find anything open on the 2nd. That's all Scottish New Year's.
Right.
Everything's still closed. They're still recovering from the first.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor for the holiday. We have a second.
Second it.
Seconds. I saw your hand up back there, Trina. Did you-
Well,
I don't know that you weren't saying your promotions been said, but I just thought that give a full 8 hours off and have the office closed on Christmas Eve as well, because that would just be 8 hours, and that's one full day. So we're not paying any, we're still paying less than we paid last year to have it closed, but that was my thought.
Right, Jerry?
I guess my position is that some of the most important people are the people that work in that office. And there's very few things that a board can do to compensate and give a thank you to the people that work it. I think that she should get paid for 4 hours New Year's Eve and Christmas Eve, and then also get paid to be off the day after Christmas and the day after New Year's. And that's been done in the past. And again, just to say thank you for a good job being done, that's not going to break the town. And I just think it's a good gesture. And the fact that she's been working by herself.
Been by ourselves, so that's,
I just think that it's been done in the past, and I don't know why it's not done again.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, how do you all feel about that? What do you all think about
because
that?
Terry's worked hard, she's been by herself, and I'll give her time to refresh and before she starts training somebody else.
Well, and Briley will actually be here that week of the 29th.
Yeah.
She starts the 29th, so
Yeah,
be
so
here.
she'll be here on that Monday or 29th of June.
She'll be here with you.
Yeah, she'll be here with me.
So, I mean,
So this is gonna affect her as well.
She probably.
well, I would give her till like she's
Yeah.
training, so 2.5 days for her first week. That's pretty nice.
So
Deal.
she's gonna get out on pay.
How they did it, yeah.
Holiday pay, so.
Do you want?
When you're on probation?
No,
You want to work the 24th?
well, we'll close at noon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's fine.
I thought you didn't get holiday pay when you were on probation and all that.
Yeah,
You don't get it until after you're,
No, you start gaining it immediately.
I don't think she should get holiday pay.
things are so much different than they used to be, aren't they? I'm showing my age, aren't I?
Anyone like to amend the motion then?
Well, I amend the motion and then make a new motion that,
Mhm.
You can just amend it to the original one.
okay, I'm in the original motion. Okay, so now I'm going to make a new motion.
No, you're just amending.
State what your amendment is.
Oh, okay, well, I
You want
meant,
to add some extra time in there as well, I'm presuming.
yeah, amend the motion that we were going to be closed on.
The day after Christmas and the day after New Year's, you want her paid for, is what you're saying.
Okay, so full pay on those days?
Yeah, the 26th and the 2nd.
Okay.
And then holiday pay, 5th and the 1st.
That's automatic.
Yeah.
That's automatic, yeah.
Well, I'm just doing it in my head, so I know what I'm. And then. What do we want? Did work.
We had half days on, you said close at noon on Wednesday.
Yeah, closing at noon at 24th and 23rd, so I'm amending all that.
Was it the closing at noon? That was in the original motion.
Yeah.
Mhm, yeah.
So the amendment is just to do full pay on the 26th and the 2nd?
That's the only thing that's
That's the
changed,
only
right?
thing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm catching.
Yeah.
Are we open on 24th and the 31st?
We're closing at noon.
Huh?
That was part of the original motion was close at noon.
Okay, I didn't.
Okay, so the amendment is made, I guess I'll second it. Any further discussion on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? All abstaining? Okay. Did you say aye, Linda?
I didn't.
You did.
I.
I don't know what's going on over there. Okay.
Alright.
So the original motion was amended to include,
I'll agree with you. It's just that, you know.
You got too many drugs.
No, no drugs, trust me.
due to her being sick is what.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll pass it off to that.
Okay, so the original motion was amended to include, full pay on the 26th of December and the 2nd of January. Is there any further discussion? This, all those in favor of the original motion that was amended?
Aye.
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 Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, on to, old business traffic violation fee schedule. So I think this is,
In there.
we don't have a
We
sample
don't
for that, right?
know, 'cause I think we were gonna check with other towns, and I
Okay,
didn't get that done, so.
all right, well, let's,
Pending?
yeah, let's punt that one to the next one. So, need to research.
Did look around on one, the Keystone, you know, has their all looks like published. There's some language there. Big Brookings had theirs online.
Okay.
There's a few on there.
Yeah,
You could look, but otherwise you can.
Okay, so, and then on to, 14B. Resolution 08/2025 water rate structure. So there are two samples in there.
Yeah, so I did one, we talked about, Scott did the format, and then so I just did, the first one is, the 14B has, the historical is the same as the residential rates. And then, it was suggested maybe looking at making that 10% less, so then the second one is the historical is like 90% of the residential. Just to give you some.
Okay.
Two different versions.
We got one where you make the historical religious rates the same as resident,
Right.
and one where it's 10% less.
Correct.
So,
What are they right now?
We don't have an historical.
I mean, right now they're commercial.
They are commercial, right?
You're right.
Okay.
okay.
So right now that would include two churches, the museum, and is that it?
How many churches did you say?
Two.
There's Reed. Is it Catholic Church?
Oh, they're out of the city limits, yeah.
Almost right.
And what about the one,
When you're that south point,
yeah, is that out of town or is that in town?
The
South
one
Point,
that's
maybe.
found by the DOT.
Mhm.
Well, there's no distinction for in town or out of town on these roads, so whether they're in or out, if they're a customer, then they're going to this rate.
Well, they're.
Yeah, I guess.
Because, yeah, there's no in and out distinction for historical religion.
Thought about that.
And that doesn't matter. I mean, we're trying to help,
That's not right.
you know?
You go up a little above your one, the list, it says any building within the city limits.
Okay.
So,
What does that
I mean, you guys can think of whatever you want, but.
But now it says,
Look the way I wrote it up, it was. It had city limits.
Okay.
Just think about being out of town.
Okay. You'll want to noodle on this one a minute and do this at the next meeting too?
yeah,
Jared, did you have any input?
I guess if you're gonna look at it in the next meeting, one of the things, I'm going back, I was at the meeting when, Mr. Martin was here. And I guess I would just say, if possible, to lower that rate for the water and sewer as low as what it can be. And that would be to what the loan payments are. And the reason I'm looking at it going that low is, especially for the haha, they maybe use 5 or 10 gallons a month. And the 97, the 90s, the $120 that they couldn't pay, but based on this, it's gonna be 97 or $79, somewhere around there. I just think that we have the responsibility to, all our water users have to pay the
Surcharges.
the surcharges. And I would just recommend the board try to look at lower to that level.
Okay,
That's just my input.
all right, thank you for that. Yeah, let's, it's getting late, so I think this is gonna take some time, so let's go ahead and move this to the next meeting.
And the next one also,
Yeah, and the water and the sewer rate structure.
but basically all of old business will be
Right.
tabled until the next meeting. Yep.
Again,
Okay, thank you.
yep. And so, on to new business B. I think we should probably table this one too. Yeah, direct deposit for contractors. So we'll table that for the next meeting. And then item C, first reading for the supplemental appropriations ordinance.
I did my budget report. There was only a couple of them that, we have a couple budgets that are, gonna be in the red, so. One being the tip, which, because we didn't budget anything with that, so. That's this money that came in and we paid out. But the other one is the board of trustees. Right now, we are sitting, I think it's like $1,200.
I see that somewhere.
Yeah, I see.
So
Yeah, I knew it was somewhere, yeah.
right now, it's negative 1,204.82, and what I could see was, with the new website, we did a 2-year posting fee and then a 3-year. And those weren't part of what we originally budgeted, so I think that's what caused it to go over. But in thinking about this, right now the wage is like at a negative $30. And I still have to pay board for December, so I may need to adjust that amount up a little bit. To cover it. So, and this is just the first reading, so we can change it before we approve it at the next meeting.
Okay.
But those were the only 2 budgets we have that, I mean, we did a supplement earlier in the year, but I think all the other ones will be okay.
Okay, well, I guess we can begin the reading. So y'all pay close attention, please. Town of Hermosa, ordinance number 2.077B, supplemental appropriation ordinance. Be it ordained by the town of Hermosa that the following sums are supplementally appropriated to meet obligation of the municipality. Expenditures 41,110 Board of Trustees. The general fund, Fund 101, professional fees $1,500. Total Board of Trustees $1,500 with the total appropriations at $1,500. Expenditures 46,500 TIF debt service from the TIF debt service fund 301. Debt service expense $12,000. Total TIF debt service $12,000 for total appropriations of $12,000. The following designates the fund or funds to which the money derived from the following source is applied revenue. Source of funding is the unassigned fund balance. General Fund, Fund 101, $1,500. The total means of finance, $1,500. Revenue, source of funding, unassigned fund balance, TIF debt service, Fund 301, $12,000. The total means of finance of $12,000. And this is just the first reading, so I'm not going to read the date that it's stated. So there we go, first reading done. On now to items from constituents. So any items from the people? Yes, ma'am.
So, I'm sure you all know why I'm here. I'm Breezy. I'm the one that puts on the Christmas parade. And I have a question for y'all. Wondering why the decorations never got hung up.
Yes, ma'am.
I was gonna ask the same question, and I was also gonna ask, they're not yet up yet? And are they going to be put up? Or maybe I should say, I think they should still be put up.
Yeah, and my understanding was that it was due to weather and time constraints. They just ran out of time. I know I had planned on helping out on Thursday when I was still in town, but then when on Friday I was not in town. And so do you have anything you'd like to add, Aaron? Or?
I guess the question that I have is, I've been told quite a few different stories. The last meeting, I was told that they were approved by the DOT. And then I had another guy tell me that they just got approved a couple days before the parade. I guess, and my other question is volunteers are not it because they're too heavy, they're too big. And you put a ladder in the back of a truck, I'm just saying, I'm not saying you're gonna, or in the loader, that ladder happens to fall out. What does a volunteer sign? Do they sign a waiver saying that if they fall out, break their back, not your problem? Or does that go to workman's comp, and workman's comp ain't gonna pay for it? Then you're gonna get OSHA involved. So what I recommended before, the cheapest thing to do is, and I did print it off, is you can buy a coolable boom lift, which is $320 a day at Butler Cat, or you can go to Rushmore Equipment and rent for $200 a day. And you don't have to worry about anybody getting hurt, and you're not out looking for a bunch of volunteers that have no idea what they're doing. Because people have asked me, well, do you know anybody that can help? I don't know anybody that can help. I've never hung them up before. I know nothing about it. And now, I mean, there's really no sense of hanging them up because the Christmas parade's over. School's almost out. 90% of the teachers don't even live here in this town. And I guess that's my opinion.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that. Do we have any other items from constituents?
You want me to kind of fill everybody in on what's actually going on with them?
If you'd like to.
Sure. So there was a lot of back and forth over the past couple of months about exactly how to deal with them. Didn't seem like anybody was going to step forward, so we just kind of, those of us who are involved regularly recently just started kind of doing what we can, not really hearing from anybody else who wanted to be involved. So 17 out of the 27 are functional after going through them and finding out which ones have bad wiring issues and so on. There are 24 brackets that were delivered when Rapid City gave them to us. So then it came how to install them and what method to use, and what we ended up figuring out with approval from the DOT is what we can install the brackets permanently. They'll let us leave them up. We won't have to take them back down. And it's a fairly universal system. So other similar decoration devices attach to them the same way. We were looking at trying to get them up Thursday, Friday, but yeah, it snowed. But yeah, no, we only really kind of got final approval from DOT after some questions were asked about how maybe they wouldn't be, they would be too heavy, so maybe we shouldn't be allowed to put them up. And then DOT raised those concerns, but we ended up dialing in, and which included physically weighing the decoration. So it really wasn't anything other than we did what we could with the time we have. But now we can say that once they're going to go up, they are going to go up correctly using standard across the country way of attaching things to street posts. So there won't be any question as to the legitimacy of their attachment to street posts. And, yeah, we're gonna try to do that maybe later this week. We'll, get their equipment rented and
How are you gonna hang them up? I mean, equipment. I didn't hear you, that's what I'm asking.
in what respect, how are we gonna attach the brackets,
No, how are you gonna lift them up on the pole?
basket lift, probably the most appropriate method.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. And the other question I have is, I mean, for next year, there was, there's been nice days besides 2 days before the parade. So next year, maybe if the weather's cooperative, maybe a week or 2 weeks before the parade, because then we don't have this problem.
Yeah, and I mean, if anybody had come forward at any point over the past 2 months and volunteered to help organize this stuff and get it going, I'm sure that would have been something that could have happened, but, that didn't. It was kind of kicked to the, well, it's now the town's problem. So we did what we could and we ran out of time.
Because they've been in your possession for 4 months.
Yeah.
Like I said, we can go back and forth. That's all. I was just wondering why they hung up. It was disappointing, and that's just what it is.
Yep. All right, thank you.
That's all I got.
I would agree. It's disappointing still for them not to be up. I missed the whole parade thing because I was still sick, so I want to apologize for that. But I would like to see them up before Christmas. And that way the brackets are there. They're ready for the next thing. If we want to buy July 4th decorations or flags, we can put them up with that then for any holiday or any, I mean, a lot of cities, as you can see, now have veterans flags up, and they use the same poles. And so I would like to see this done by, well, as ASAP actually. And I mean, if you don't have the time to do it, I don't think anybody really expects you to volunteer to do these things. And of course, we don't want you getting hurt, but we have to pay somebody to put them up.
I'm totally comfortable with calling contractors and see who wants to charge us $20,000.
But who's gonna pay for it if we have
If
to rent them?
volunteers are unacceptable, I'm totally okay with that.
I didn't say they were unacceptable. I just said if you don't want to, or if you don't have time.
Let's just move on to the next topic then and we'll figure it out. Gary?
I'd just like to say thank you very much. You ran a very good meeting today. The input from all the board members, very good. Input from our attorney was great. Input from all the audience was great. I'd just like to throw a kudo out there. I wasn't in town for the parade. I just got in the other day. But I just want to say how nice the lighting looked down along Second Street. There's a really good one up on Fifth Street. The level effort there. I've spent, in the military, traveled for 28 years. I've never seen lights like down Second Street anywhere. And I just want to say kudos to them putting them out there and the people taking, because that brings a lot of citizens into town. And when people come into town, even though this wasn't, I was eating Pizza Hut, that's not within the city limits. But there were people that came down to Custer. They said it's a traditional people come down, have supper with their family. And this was like, cousins and brothers. There was like 15 people. Then they come over to look at the lights. That brings revenue into our community. And I just want to say shout out for how nice that looks.
Thank you. Dan and Kathy?
I appreciate that, and that's our biggest thing. Our involvement with economic development in this community has always been driven that direction. I know some smirk and smile about it, but it's a situation where that's our point, is we drive people, anybody that asks, the Lazy R, Lance Pizza, the truck stop, and make circumstances happen. So our involvement in that and the community has always been strong. And we were disappointed when we were pushed away as what we were with the decorations. We were fully aware that we were going to fully put them up, fully volunteer our equipment and have everything prepped and ready to go. So they were up in time for everything that is done. So as far as to say nobody stepped up, we were there. It's how we were treated in the process that made whole circumstance develop as what it did. So I thank you for what you do for the meeting, how you organize it, how you run it, and the wisdom from those that come from the legal staff, try to keep things on good order. And let's move forward in a Merry Christmas. Thank you to the other trustees.
Okay, thank you. Kathy?
I think the town owes Aaron a big kudo for all of the volunteer work that he does. I mean, he does a lot of stuff. If we were having to pay somebody else to do it, would be costing us a lot. So he has done a lot for this community. We appreciate it.
I'm not alone. People step up every day. Every day, people had somebody show up to help flag while we were doing roads. People show up to help. They do this, and it's more and more all the time. People are coming together more and more, which is awesome. Yeah, good momentum to have.
I think the town is moving in the right direction. I really do.
Okay, thanks, Kathy.
Thank you.
Karina?
I mean, just to go off what Aaron and you were saying, I've just been thinking about all the different groups that it takes to make our town what it is, and it's exciting time in Hermosa.
Thank you, Erin.
Want to tell everybody why you want one?
Okay, so that's it for the items from constituents. Then we can move on to trustee input. Any input from the trustees? Linda?
I would also like to thank Terry and whoever worked on the float.
Oh, yeah.
Because again, I did nothing. And thank you for that. Thank you for writing on it. Thank you for whatever you could do for that time and the rest of the town and everybody. You know, like I said, I put nothing in for a couple of weeks and thank you all for taking care of the town while I wasn't here.
Really quick, when's the trailer gonna be? Or do I need to come help you tear it apart?
It's done.
Oh, okay.
We did it last night.
I'll come home.
Okay, any other input?
I'll go. Terry was one of the best Mrs. Clauses I think I've ever seen. It was pretty.
Mrs. Claus?
Did-
So I was
did you-
curious.
No,
how
I
come
I haven't even seen a picture.
Absolutely believe
Town didn't have a
100%.
picture on Facebook of their,
I don't do
I mean, of their float. All the rest of them on there, the town didn't have one.
But yeah, other than that, yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Happy birthday.
Everybody be safe and
Guess we went.
have fun.
All right, I don't have any
Well-
input. I mean, thanks to everybody for coming in and thanks to all the volunteers and thanks to Terry and yeah, Don.
Thanks.
All right, so I don't think we need an executive session.
So I'll make a motion to adjourn this meeting at 10:01.
Okay, 10:01, I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.